Okay, so could I have a motion to do so?
I'll move that the president's report be moved, a portion of the president's report be moved to the front of the agenda.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Okay, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? I'm gonna turn over to you, Dr.
Okay,
Martin.
so thank you. I'd like to introduce our national champions, our men's basketball team. Okay, what we'd like to do is show the last few minutes of your game, if that's okay with you.
Right behind you, yeah.
Right behind you.
You watched it before again?
Look at Connie, look at Connie. Y'all was getting a shirt from. Look at Mason with the dreads. Yeah. A lot of he over. Yeah,
Coach Casey. Jeff, I'll turn it over to you, Dr. Jans.
As you all know by now, MATC men's basketball claimed the NJCAA Division II National Championship with an 86-65 victory over Macomb Community College. This is the first NJCAA championship in school history, but right before that, it was the first championship game we were ever in. But right before that, it was the first time we were ever in the Final Four. MATC claimed the title as number 7 seed. This is the highest seed to ever win this tournament. The Stormers finished with an overall 32-4 record. This is the most wins in school history. So a little bit about our MATC men's basketball head coach. This isn't the kind of thing you can remember. You got to write it down. This year, Randy was named the 22-23 North Central Community College Conference, or N4C, Coach of the Year. He was a Region 4 Midwest B Coach of the Year and the National Championship Coach of the Year. Randy.
Yes, please say a few words, Randy.
appreciate first everybody having us here, celebrating this with us. Again, all those things that he listed, I would have never achieved them without these young men. So there. Biggest things too that I've always been talking about this year is they not only did it on the court, we had an overall team GPA first semester of a 3.1. So they also the things at the end of the day that make me proud is not only the victories, but the victories in the classroom, and hopefully they'll continue to have those victories throughout the rest of their careers. And thank you again for having us.
I'll talk a little bit about what we have in mind next week.
Details still getting all worked out with the help of marketing. I greatly appreciate it. Celebration next Wednesday from 11:30 to 1. More details to come.
Very good.
Again,
Well,
know you guys are busy, so we will get out of here. Thank you, Brad.
we got going on tomorrow and the weekend.
Again, not maybe, because of our success as a family. When I got back yesterday, I received a phone call from the National Association of Basketball Coaches, and I was invited out to the Final Four to receive some sort of award at the Final Four.
Anything else? Anybody have any questions or anything?
Anybody else want to say something about your victory?
No, you're always ready.
Do you want to show us again? Yeah, show us
Actually,
again.
can I sit this by? I think
You
look-
can.
Excuse
You
the papers,
absolutely
excuse the
can. You
papers.
go right ahead.
Just so everybody get a nice look at that.
Yeah.
But,
Might
no, I just want to say thank you. I actually been here a half a year in this full year when it's complete, but a lot of new faces I've been around that wasn't here last year. So like just us being to come together and just being one and winning it all and to make history, it just give me a good feeling. And these my brothers, a lot of memories that I never forget. So with that being said, thank you for everything and all the support that I got here, and coach for everything that he put me through. You was
Mason
here
out
too.
here something?
You was here. You've been here the longest.
Yeah. Obviously, thank you guys for everything. You know, none of this would be possible without all the support of our school. It just was great to be able to do this with this group of guys. You know, we went through a lot. We put in a lot of work, and it was just great to see that pay off. It was really special. I just feel like, you know, we were one of the hardest working teams in the country, and then it really showed in the tournament. So,
Sir.
Thanks again. Congratulations.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank you.
thanks.
Really proud of all of you.
Yep.
Thank you.
Thanks
Thank
a
you.
lot.
Thank you.
I know. My other brackets are like shot, but I'll take that.
Get like an exhibition game with the
Right.
box or something.
Yeah, right.
There should be,
Yeah, I
absolutely.
think
Across the street.
I think that's a good-
So, what a fun way to start our meeting tonight. Next item on our agenda is comments from the public. Our board policy states that no person may speak more than once to an issue or for a period longer than 5 minutes, except upon the consent of a majority of the district board. No more than 3 people may be heard to one side of an issue, except upon the consent of a majority of the district board. I do have 2 sign-up sheets today from Denise around topics, and we have more than 3 people speaking to a topic. We have 13 people speaking to a topic. So at this point, our policy stands unless there's a motion that has a majority of the board that vote yes on an exception to that policy.
So move.
What,
I want to make the motion that we allow the people to speak.
I'll second this motion.
That would also, so
can you just be very clear? Yeah, I want.
the proper motion would
Yeah.
be to abandon our normal, to suspend our normal rule to allow more than 3 people to speak on a topic.
So you're allowed, so what you're saying is that each person who signed up is allowed to speak to the maximum of 5 minutes. I just need to be clear on what you're actually, that's what you're saying.
Sure, yes.
Okay, and Bria had a second. Okay, I need to take a roll call vote.
Before you do that.
Yep, can I have a discussion? Sure.
I would move to amend that motion to limit each speaker to 3 minutes. So you would take, if there's a second on my amendment,
Yep,
you take
right.
the vote
On
on
the
that
amendment
first and
first,
then
yep.
see what we are voting on in the end.
Okay, so there's been an amendment proposed. It needs a second to take a vote on it.
I will second it. This is Director Case.
Okay. Any discussion on the amendment? Okay, so I'm going to take a roll call vote since we need a majority of the board, which means that there need to be 6 yeses on anything that we take for majority. And so we are voting on the amendment, which is for 3 minutes first before we actually vote on the motion.
Point of order, is it
Yes.
a majority of the board or
Yes. It's a simple majority, that's fine.
simple majority?
Um,
Or is it a 2/3?
I'm just reading from the notes that say a majority of the board. So it's not, so it's 6?
Five,
5.
a majority's fine.
Got it, okay. Okay, so 5 then that we have. So Beth, can you please take a roll call vote toward the amendment? So just be clear that we're voting on the amendment toward 3 minutes first before we vote on the actual motion.
Director Baker,
No.
Director Burris,
No.
Director Case,
Aye.
Director Diaz,
No.
Director Foley,
Aye.
Director Mays,
Aye.
Director Moore Omukunde,
No.
Director Olson.
Aye. So I'm guessing the amendment did not pass, right? I want to make sure before because I didn't write it down, so I don't want to make sure amendment didn't come. Okay, so the amendment did not pass. We go back to the original motion, which was to allow everybody who has signed up to speak for no longer than 5 minutes each. That was what the original motion was. Any discussion on that before we take a vote? Okay, Beth, I'm gonna have to take a roll call vote again and count.
Director Case,
No.
Director Diaz,
Aye.
Foley,
No.
Director Mays,
No.
Director Moore Omukunde.
Aye.
Director Olson,
No,
Director Baker,
Aye.
Director Burris.
Aye.
We have 4 ayes and 4 noes.
so it does not pass.
Can I motion to reconsider?
You can make another motion.
I would like to motion to reconsider the motion made by Director Foley of 3. You
Nope,
voted?
the amendment,
voted
the
against it.
amendments failed, so.
Okay.
He can make he voted for it. And
Okay.
if you
Right,
vote,
so
if you vote in the affirmative, you can
That's
vote
correct.
to
Right.
reconsider, but
Okay.
you voted against it.
I would move to reconsider the amendment.
Okay,
And that's of 3 minutes.
correct. Mhm. So I would need a second.
second that.
Thank you. So there is a motion and a second to reconsider the amendment for 3 minutes as the maximum to allow everybody to speak. Any discussion on that reconsideration?
Again, a point of order. I'm not sure that's the right procedure.
Okay,
because there's no primary motion pending to which that can be amended at
Correct.
this point. So I think the motion needs to be stated as a new motion.
Okay,
So I would move that we suspend our policy to permit each of the people who have already signed up to make public comments to speak for no more than 3 minutes each.
okay,
Oh, I can second that.
okay. I'm going to give you the same opportunity since we, okay? Any discussion on the motion? Can you please do a roll call vote?
Director Mays,
Aye.
Director Moore Okunde.
Aye.
Director Baker,
Aye.
Director Olson,
Aye.
Director Burris,
Aye.
Director Case,
Aye.
Director Diaz.
Aye.
Director Foley.
Aye.
It's unanimous.
Okay, so we have suspended the policy to allow each person who has signed up to speak for no more than 3 minutes. So Beth, are you or Tony or somebody is watching the time on that? Sorry, I don't have that in front of me. So I'm gonna go in order of that. We have, I'm sorry if I can't read writing on here, but I think it's Charles Lavin up first.
Chair Olson, before you. begin
Yes,
with any
yes,
comments, if I
please.
can Make a quick statement.
You can, yep.
Thank you. We're about to open the meeting to public comment, but I want to note that the comment portion of this meeting is not meant for disparaging and potentially defaming others, including MATC employees. MATC did not set up the comment process to facilitate illegal actions, which would include engaging in defamation of another or setting up a forum to allow individuals to engage in such activities or behavior. In addition, MATC does not publicly comment on the hiring, the process in hiring, or performance evaluation of any specific employee. In fact, that process is protected by Wisconsin law, which allows the MATC board to go into closed session for the purpose of considering the employment, promotion, compensation, or performance evaluation data of any public employee over which MATC has jurisdiction or exercises responsibility, so as not to impugn the reputational interest and privacy of MATC employees. This is Wisconsin statute, section 19.85, section 1, subsection C. And Wisconsin law also allows an accused to have an evidentiary hearing in closed session if they are accused of any wrongdoing. That law is Wisconsin statute, section 19.85, subsection 1, subsection B as in boy. Instead, MATC has set up a process in which individuals who feel aggrieved to file a complaint. The complaint will be fully investigated and findings will be made and shared with the complainant. Depending on the matters at issue, the complainant may also have recourse through a government agency to address concerns that the complainant has with the MATC employee. If you or others have concerns about a particular employee, the way to address your concerns is to file a complaint and allow an investigation to ensue, which will allow all parties the opportunity to provide information regarding concerns and afford any accused person the opportunity to respond. Thank you, Chair Olson, for allowing me to make that comment.
Sure. Thank you.
Chair,
Yep.
that was an extraordinary. That was an extraordinary occurrence. I've never seen or heard that at a board meeting before. This is a situation where I'm just concerned about any comments being made that could cause litigation for MATC. So I thought we should make that comment before any comments are made, any public comments are made that may get into that gray area that can be concerning. So I think a lot of public may not know the difference there, and to hear that may help them when they're making their comments to avoid any possible litigation for MATC.
Well, I had a question. Was it posted somewhere, like when people sign in?
Was what the statement?
Yeah, your
No,
statement.
and that's why I said it out loud. It's not posted.
Okay. Well, can I get a copy of it afterwards?
Sure.
To review it.
Showing us in the story.
Yeah.
Charles? That was, I saw you started getting up here, so
No problem.
thank you.
Thank you.
Yep.
Go Stormers. That was awesome.
Yeah.
My name's Charlie Lavin. I've been an ESL instructor since 2018 and lead faculty member at the Mequon campus since 2021. I am encouraged that the concerns brought before the board about ESL at Walker Square elicited feedback, namely the written statement declaring MATC's commitment to ESL and community education throughout the district. It's promising that community education is an agenda item at the board meeting today, as an opportunity to revisit areas in which community education, and in particular ESL students, have been overlooked or underserved, so we can deliver a more equitable student experience. There's no doubt in my mind that MATC is the best choice in education for adult English language learners in the Milwaukee area. However, there are aspects of the ESL student experience that are concerning. The difficulty that ESL students have in completing the online application and navigating the intake process in general is glaring. The college has shifted the paradigm from expecting students to be college ready to the college being student ready, meeting students where they are. We could do much better in this regard for our community education, particularly ESL students. One example, as far as I know, there's no TABE e-testing offered in the evening at the four campuses. Yet we offer evening classes for students who work during the day at all the campuses. The TABE not only determines the student's level before they register for classes, it's how a student progresses to the next level. Another example, at the Mequon campus, there's no in-person ESL or community education advisor or navigator presence. There are several thousand community education students at MATC, and there are 3 community education advisors at the college. We've largely covered these types of gaps at our campus with temporary Band-Aids, but we're seeking longer-term sustainable solutions. Campus-specific and district-wide issues like this remain unaddressed. Why do community education students face these seemingly undue barriers and challenges at the college? Considering that MATC is a guided pathways college, if community education were a pathway or treated like one, would ESL students lack these critical services? Perhaps being a pathway would provide ESL and community education students the holistic wraparound services from a prospective student's inquiry all the way through completion that the college strives to deliver or provide for its program students. Community education and ESL are integral to MATC's mission of providing education that transforms lives, industry, and community. Equity is a strategic priority for the college, and inclusion is one of our values. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Joy Lehman.
Hello. I am Joy Lehman, an ESL instructor here at the downtown campus. There are many pressing issues facing our department, but I'm going to focus on one key issue today, registration. Each campus and location has its own processes and challenges, so my experience is specific to the downtown campus, where I've been a full-time instructor for 9 years. In my first years here, the ESL workshop in the C building was a one-stop shop for ESL students. We held registration events every semester, and it was common knowledge in Milwaukee's immigrant communities that anyone who wanted to study could come on the advertised dates and in a few hours complete the placement test, choose their classes, and register. We offered day and evening times, knowing that many of our students need to study and register after work. This was a team effort with all faculty and staff contributing. I always looked forward to registration because although it could be hectic and stressful, it was our first chance to welcome students to MATC. My colleagues and I had confidence that any student who walked through the door would get the help they needed. About 5 years ago, this all began to change. New leadership began to erode that system, and the pandemic shattered it. The registration process for ESL students is now completely decentralized. Students start with an English-only 2-step online application to the admissions office, followed by an appointment with the testing center, then another appointment with advising. This is time-consuming, confusing, and frustrating for many students. Many services are limited to regular business hours with no accommodation for those who can only come in the evening. Right now, there's no single point of contact for guidance, and there's often no native language assistance. MATC's initiatives for serving Spanish speakers are wonderful, but they don't help everyone. To give you an idea, in my current classes, there are speakers of at least 12 different languages besides Spanish. Some of my students never went to school before they came to MATC, while others hold advanced degrees. Some are digital natives, and others don't know how to use email. The current system assumes that all of them are able to navigate multiple offices and multiple buildings on their own, communicate only in English, and complete everything on computers. The days of a simple registration process staffed by people trained to work with non-native English speakers are gone. As a result, our enrollment has fallen as students decide to go to smaller campuses that are easier to navigate or give up on the process altogether. Since January, our records show approximately 20 students who made it into the system and in some cases even took a placement test, but never actually registered for classes. I suspect you're frustrated with the amount of time you've spent hearing about the ESL program recently. So are we. We're frustrated and exhausted from years of trying to fill in gaps that poor system design has created, and by the refusal of the people who are in a position to enact changes to take genuine action.
Time.
All right, can I finish? Ultimately, only you have the authority to address these issues. I entreat you to direct the MATC administration to make a commitment to working collaboratively with ESL faculty and students to create a system that is easier to navigate and that lives up to MATC's mission of providing, quote, a fair and welcoming environment where all voices are heard and where all students and employees feel a sense of belonging. Thank you for your time and attention. Thank you.
Christy Weisenberger.
Okay, briefly, I will outline how the current process failed to register one ESL student after 2 months, how she was only able to register with the intervention from ESL faculty and an educational assistant, and how changes could make the process more equitable. So on January 14th, I helped a returning ESL student to schedule a TABE Class E pretest to register for classes. The first available test time for her was a month later, and she did not test until March 6th, 8 weeks after the start of the semester. So testing is the first barrier. There aren't enough appointments to accommodate the quantities of ESL students who want to register at the beginning of each semester. Offering virtual and in-person testing appointments in the evening would allow students to register in a timely manner. The same student scored a level 2 on her test, and level 2 is beginning level English, one of the lowest level of our 6 levels. So for perspective, a level 2 student wouldn't be able to understand the question, how long have you lived in the United States, even if spoken very slowly. So with this low level of English, the student was required to communicate in English with 5 different departments, including the testing center, advising, admissions, IT, and ESL via phone and email. She repeatedly attempted and failed to complete the required application and grew frustrated. As of March 12th, 2 months later, she still had not been registered. This is a second barrier. Requiring beginner speakers of English to communicate with multiple departments and complete any applications in English is ineffective and inequitable. So a more equitable solution would be to have all services and applications available in a wide variety of languages, or to have a dedicated staff member available to assist students through the whole process, as is done at WTCS, other WTCS colleges and Walker Square. On March 13th, I brought this problem to the attention of my supervisors, who passed on the information to other administration, but offered no advocacy for solving the issue quickly. So the response I received a week later further demonstrates how inequitable the registration process is for ESL students. I learned that on March 14th, MATC staff members began contacting the student by phoning her 3 times in one day. Each time they called, someone hung up on them. So this is a third barrier. MATC does not understand how to communicate with ESL students. So repeatedly phoning ESL students is intimidating to them. ESL students respond better to text messages or email because it allows them time to translate the message and better understand why we're contacting them. So while this student and I made our best efforts to register her through the process we've been given, after 2 months of struggle, I referred her to our educational assistant, and he was able to register her in one day and she could start classes without any of the issues she faced over the 2 months previous. So to be clear, I'm not advocating that educational assistants or ESL faculty should register all ESL students. I would very much like to focus on my classes, but the current process could be more effective. And I have like 2 more sentences, if that's okay. The current process could be more efficient and effective. So I sent a follow-up email about this, a student to my administrators on March 21st, but I haven't heard back yet. My goal here is not to place blame, but to find ways to truly work together to make the process more manageable for future students. Thank you.
Thank you. Addison Langhorst.
Hello, I'm Addison Langhorst. I'm here as a member of Socialist Alternative. Thank you for allowing me to speak today. MATC, as a technical college, has certain obligations to the community. MATC is supposed to provide an affordable and useful education to the working people of Milwaukee. ESL and bilingual GEDs are some of the most useful things you could possibly offer. Immigrant communities rely on these courses in order to exist in our city, to find and keep jobs, to build a foundation here, and to make our city stronger. MATC's purpose, to be clear, is not to bring in revenue. The board shouldn't be making decisions as if that were the case. If MATC wants to fund ESL, you have the money. You have a rainy day fund of $44 million. There's a state budget surplus of $75 billion. And on top of that, Governor Evers wants to give $290 million to the Brewers, money that could be used to fund education. But even if none of that were the case, cutting ESL programs would still be the wrong move. If MATC were genuinely faced with a situation where they couldn't fully fund every program, the correct approach would be to lead the fight for fully funded schools, organizing the community to put maximum pressure on the state government to raise taxes on the billionaires, multimillionaires, and big corporations in the state. But you're not doing that because you don't actually want a thriving ESL program and you don't want to fight for public education. MATC board and administration want to push this under the rug. This isn't a mistake and it's not a budget error. This is part of a much larger offensive from the right to defund public education, and it targets one of Milwaukee's most vulnerable communities. After massive pressure from the community at last month's meeting, the board agreed to add 1 full-time instructor to the ESL program. This is far from enough. We need at least 4 full-time instructors to keep the program alive, let alone to meet the needs of the community. There are plenty of part-time instructors who would love to go full-time, let alone get paid for the vital work they do, if MATC would approve it. Let's call this what it is. The board is attempting to give us small concessions in the hopes that we'll give it up. What do you think? Are we willing to give this up?
No.
I didn't think so. We're not going to stop putting pressure on the board until you do your jobs, fully supporting the needs of the Milwaukee community by offering the best education possible. Thank you.
I think I'm trying to stay on the same topic here. Is it Christine Newman Ortez? Hello.
My name is Christine Newman Ortiz. I'm the executive director of Voces de la Frontera, and we have a delegation with us here today of our members who very much are the community that we're talking about that needs these ESL and bilingual GED programs. I myself, before formerly working at Voces, was the coordinator of the high school equivalency program here at MATC for the migrant program. And first of all, I do want to really recognize that since the last time we're here, we are, very happy that the 2 ESL teachers where those 2 vacant positions have been filled, and that there is a verbal commitment on the importance of these programs. And we are here as others who spoke here today, these very passionate teachers members of the community to really say that more needs to be done. That we need the MATC board to really, when you look at budget, and you look at priorities, to really invest meaningfully in the need for both full-time ESL and bilingual teachers and the kind of support system that is needed to make sure that we are meaningfully engaging the community. On Voces de la Frontera, primarily, we represent Latino, though our youth is actually quite diverse, multiracial ethnic youth, our youth arm. But, one of the things that we've really seen and that we've become even aware of this problem is that Voces has citizenship and ESL programs that we run ourselves as a community organization. And we have recently been getting a big influx of people complaining about not being able to get into MATC. And one of our members wants to share her experience. And I say that because we believe in this institution. You're taking time out in terms of your leadership here. We know you have 2 members here who are a product of ESL themselves. And so, we really need strong direction from the MATC board to make sure that this is a budget priority. Immigrant and Latino workers now represent, 20%. It's probably an undercount for the city of Milwaukee. And with so many asylum seekers coming, we know on a direct level, and we know throughout, that this is a huge part. This population is growing. If we want to be a Hispanic serving institution, then we have to truly understand and work in partnership with everyone who's at the front lines. Voces is happy to be a partner in any way or form. And part of the way that we're being a partner is actually taking the time today to come here so that you can hear firsthand about this, this urgent need and the need for your leadership. And we're happy to work with you. Thank you.
Thank you. Mario Ramirez.
Mario Ramirez o Mario Ramirez.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm going to translate for him.
Okay.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Mario Ramírez de Voces de la Frontera. Soy organizador en la comunidad y voy a dar mi testimonio y decirles a ustedes muchas gracias por ponernos atención.
Okay. He wants to give everyone thanks for the attention you're giving him. His name is Mario Ramirez and he's an organizer with Voces de la Frontera. ¿Y qué más?
Y solo quería darle.
And that he wants to thank you guys for your time.
Tengo recuerdos muy buenos del MATC. Aquí estudié el curso de control numérico, CNC. Y cuando me preguntaron por cómo muchas de esas preguntas que le hacen en la admisión fue en español y me sentí muy confortable. A lo contrario que estoy escuchando ahora.
Okay. He is a product of the classes here. He took ESL, era ESL?
ESL y curso de CNC.
And the CNC
numérico.
course here. And his experience was he was able to do it all in Spanish, which he knows is not the case anymore.
He escuchado de muchos compañeros que eso no está pasando y realmente lo que queremos es que haya profesores bilingües para sentirnos a gusto porque como al recibir ese curso me sentí muy confiado y fui productivo en los lugares de trabajo.
A lot of friends have been telling him the similar stories that he would like to request that they'd have more Spanish speaking professors to accommodate because it makes the person feel more comfortable, which has been his case and his friend's case.
Muchos de nuestra comunidad nos dice que pagamos impuestos, producimos bastante por lo que nos merecemos, que se nos proveen esas clases bilingües.
A lot of our community members and friends say we pay taxes, so it should be able to have the classes that are needed for the community.
Y también que cuando nos hacen los exámenes de admisión ahora, que sean en bilingües y especialmente la pregunta que dice, ¿son residentes de aquí del son residentes, mucha gente se confunde con eso porque piensa que nos están hablando de nuestro estatus migratorio y obviamente no queremos mentir en eso y contestamos de una forma errónea.
Yep, and also to accommodate on the forms that are being filled out during the time of being admitted, one of the questions that's asked is, are you a resident? And that being a question on a form can intimidate a person by thinking that you're asking what their status is, their legal status being here. So he just wanted to refer to that as well.
Así que son muy buenos y nos van a poner, y gracias por ponernos atención.
And thank you for paying attention to us today.
Thank you. I will not be able to, Maribel, and I'm sorry, I cannot read the last. Sorry for not being able to read the writing here,
Yeah.
so I'm sorry, it was,
I'm also going to translate for her.
okay.
Okay, presentarte.
Buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Maribel Núñez.
Her name is Maribel Núñez, and good afternoon.
Y estoy aquí para darles las gracias a todos los integrantes de MATC.
I'm here today to give thanks to everybody who's integrated with MATC.
Y gracias por tomarnos mucho en cuenta.
And thank you for taking us into consideration.
Y quiero explicar mi experiencia con MATC.
And I would like to give my explanation of MATC.
Si pudieran, cuando llegamos a hacer el examen por primera vez,
When they did their testing for the first time,
si pudieran poner un maestro de tiempo completo bilingüe.
if they could provide a full-time professor that speaks Spanish or bilingual.
Y la otra opción es que si pudieran ser flexibles en que no, nosotros como trabajadores no podemos estar siempre en todas las clases todos los días.
And if they would be able to provide more flexibility, because a lot of times they're also working, they're employees. So if they would have more flexibility so that they can take the courses.
No tenemos presencia, pero como nos ponen los programas en el teléfono celular, nosotros trabajamos en el teléfono celular.
Oh, that sometimes they take the courses online when it's provided to them. ¿Y qué más que los hacen en el
En el
teléfono?
celular.
So they do it through their cell phone.
So, a veces no tenemos presencia, pero tenemos el trabajo en los exámenes y no nos saquen porque es rompernos el corazón. Nosotros estamos haciendo el esfuerzo. Yo como trabajo 12 horas y después primero voy a la escuela y luego voy al trabajo, pero yo trabajo y puedo asistir una vez a la semana cuando trabajo de noche, pero cuando trabajo de día sí puedo ir por las dos clases y ahora estoy en lista en espera porque no hay citas.
Okay, so she said that they may not be very visible with their presence, but as far as like taking the courses and doing everything, she works 12 hours. She's doing the best that she can along with others to make sure that they do their courses, work late, and they try to accommodate the courses when they can through their cell phone. So they may not have a visible presence by being in the classroom, but they are doing the work. So she just wanted to take into consideration that sometimes a lot of the people that are taking the classes are working more than 12-hour shifts. Sometimes they're working nights, so they try to accommodate their schooling along with their jobs. So they want you guys to take that into consideration, as well as that she takes pride and is very proud of what she's doing. So, and she's very thankful to have this opportunity, and to take this away from her would be like tearing her heart.
Y también,
Maybe just to clarify that she's on a waiting list.
Oh, yes.
now, And it breaks her heart.
Yes.
That she's on a waiting list.
And she is on a waiting list.
y también hay algunas carreras que yo deseo, pero necesita un seguro social y a veces nosotros no lo tenemos. Tenemos la capacidad ya de nuestro país que somos allá, pero aquí no lo podemos desempeñar por falta de un seguro social. Y yo creo que sí sería especificar claramente cuando son las casas abiertas, que se inscribe uno, pero luego le piden el número de seguro social y pues es vergonzoso.
Yeah, that sometimes
There was
it's
3
embarrassing.
minutes, so I'll let you.
Okay, sometimes it's embarrassing because they want to take other courses that are offered and they see the courses and they want to take them, especially if it has to do with a field that they would like to go into. And they have the capacity to do that. But one of the questions asked is if they have a social security number. So not only is that intimidating, but then it prevents them from taking the classes.
Y muchas gracias porque gracias a MATC puedo desempeñar ahora más mi trabajo y puedo salvar las vidas en mi trabajo.
And thanks to MATC, she's been able to save lives and taking into consideration what she learned from MATC. So she wants to thank you guys. Thank you.
MATC es una fuente donde los trabajadores, MATC es una fuente de trabajadores bilingües.
MATC is a bridge for Spanish-speaking employees. It's a bridge. Thank you.
Minerva Cornejo.
Oh, that's me.
Okay, you can serve that. Okay.
Hi, my name is Minerva Cornejo. I came here when I was 1 year old from Mexico. I'm an immigrant. Spanish was my first language. With that being said, I did graduate from UW-Whitewater with a Spanish degree. And I know going through school, a lot of times, all schools say you have to take a foreign language before you go to college, and you take those credits into consideration. I know high schools accommodate, by having the teachers for the foreign languages. So my experience with MATC, I have so many family members or friends and family that went to MATC. I've been here for 49 years, and it's so beautiful to see what's evolved from that. A lot of the people that graduated as MATC ESL students, their children ended up taking pride that their parents took ESL and ended up being students at MATC. And I'm a big advocate in the community, always connecting people to resources. And I take great pride in recommending MATC. I did graduate from the UW system, but I always say that MATC seems to be a step ahead of the game with what's relevant. It's a community college. People take pride when they come because you meet people where they're at. So that's why I think ESL is very important to take that into consideration, because we should always stay relevant with the times. And it is, as far as being a student myself, I look at it like having the opportunity to grow, to have things accessible to you, to be able to navigate. One common theme that I see in the community is that there is a lot of language barriers, and a lot of times where it has to do with like literacy or not understanding how to navigate systems or the technology. ESL, people usually take the courses because they feel comfortable by having a Spanish speaking teacher. So to have more Spanish speaking teachers, accommodate more full-time, make it more accessible for people. I think that that's all things that we should take into consideration, because it's not going to go away. The reality is, especially where you have refugees coming in, Spanish is one of the main languages being spoken in this country. Otherwise, people wouldn't be, you just look at the population growth. So with Milwaukee's always been very diverse, and I know I only have 3 minutes, but please do not take the ESL classes away, because people are really, really depending on that. And sometimes we can't even accommodate because they're working so hard just to do better for their kids. And I am one of those kids. My father worked at Grady Foundries and my mother in Fisher and Vogel. And if it wouldn't have been for them, sweating and not taking better jobs because of their language barrier, my father would not have passed away from mesothelioma caused by asbestos in the workplace, because he was too scared to speak English, because he didn't feel comfortable enough. So that's why I want to say, if we have these opportunities to teach people so that they can feel comfortable and to grow, why stop them by not accommodating? I've also been in business, and I know that you can have anything from development to operations and then to outreach. So maybe this is the time to reassess the program, maybe go back to square one. What is this going to look like? Take into consideration the community needs and everything that's important, not only for Milwaukee, but for the people. And that's what I have to say. And thank you for your time.
Still on the same topic. Daisy Esponza, I'm sorry, I can't. Okay, sorry, I think I'm trying to read, so thanks. Okay.
All right, so I don't have much to say. I mean, I think they all it's kind of hard to follow up. But my name is Daisy España. I'm a student here at MATC. It's great, love it. And I just have this story for you guys. have a family member who she took ESL classes and now she's weeks away from graduating with the associate's degree, right? Because of those ESL classes. So like I said, I'm a student here and the support I get from the faculty is amazing. Like I get to, you know, essentially be successful in my classes and anything that comes with that because of the support I get. And I think everybody deserves that regardless of which program they're taking. And we're the same. We're just at different levels, but we're students. And Wisconsin's largest growing population is the Latino population, and one of the best ways to support the Latino population is by not continuing to oppress them and oppressing them. If you take away the ESL classes, that's another way you're oppressing them. We've already been oppressed a lot, so this is a way to help my people, you know, be successful in this country. So that's it. That's all I gotta say. Thank you.
Thank you. I believe same topic, Anastasia.
Hello, everyone. I'm Anastasia Besnick-Friesicke. I'm a faculty in our community education program. I'm here today to speak about the response to community education concerns. Since the last two board meetings, you have heard from many voices from faculty, staff, students, and community members, all interested in the variety of academics community education provides. We have collectively tried to sound the alarm. As a result of this pressure, some quick fixes have occurred, sporadic or last-minute meetings have been held. A few issues have been acknowledged and resolved. However, a comprehensive and substantive effort that includes internal stakeholders has not yet happened. Today, you are being provided a presentation to the questions the board asked about community education based on the last two meetings. However, faculty and staff were not included in the discussion for the preparation of this document. I would like you to know that we as a collective group intend to provide the board with our response to that document, as some of the information appears to misrepresent what has taken place, what actions have been taken, and what progress has been made. To suggest that office hours are in place, that student forums have occurred, that weekly meetings occurred, that our voices have participated, and that our process has improved is not accurate. Staff and students have not been made aware of said office hours. When and where have student forums taken place? How were students informed and how many students attended? Have these included bilingual GED and ESL students? Those are just a few questions that need to be answered. Including the Mexican Fiesta logo and other partners in the document when we were not able to provide the instructors for their requested classes is misleading. As reported to you previously, the rapport that we have with these community organizations has been damaged. I also want to clarify that the recent faculty hires are only temporary and limited term. And as of yet, has not been confirmed that this is going to be a long-term solution. It would appear that for optics, these actions have taken place, but I'm here to inform you that they have not. Many details within the document need to be carefully reviewed in order to accurately respond. The intention for our written response is to carefully review all the information included and the specific responses to the number of points, and to provide a balanced account of community education concerns, discussions, and actions. And given the opportunity to have meaningful, honest, and ongoing internal conversations centered on strengthening our programs and serving our students, MATC will be able to meet its commitment to its vision and its commitment to the students within community education. Thank you for allowing us to speak.
It's the same topic or a different topic?
It's the same.
Okay, I'm just making sure I'm getting everybody on the same topic here before I switch. So I have Cindy Richardson.
It's a different topic.
It's a different topic. Okay, Then I think, I just want to make sure I have everybody on the community at ESL because there are multiple pages here. So I think. Yep, so I am going to switch topics then because I think we're ready to switch topics. So Cindy, you are next. Okay.
Thank you for this opportunity tonight. My following comments are a collection and a synopsis of IET and GED faculty collaborations and discussions. Just as I am, faculty are very fearful of retaliation for speaking out, but we felt that it's imperative to bring our concerns to light. So apparently I'm the chosen one. Our department, community education, had been without a direct leader for a number of months. Last fall in September, we were so excited to have a new leader. And some of us were even more thrilled that our leader was female. We were excited to have a female leader at the helm. I say this so everyone is aware we are not singling out, victimizing, or picking on an individual or individuals. It's the lackluster leadership, the lack of communication, the lack of collaboration that we are concerned with. I am a faculty member in the IET program. The WCTS IET grant program at Walker Square is a Department of Education driven program that is a national model. The goal of IET, which is integrated education and training, is for GED students to be concurrently and contextually enrolled in college courses. We were so proud when Dr. Martin recognized our department's model during her coordination day remarks. Dr. Martin stated that the IET is the direction for ABA programs and a WIOA requirement. The beauty of IET is that it is a direct pipeline into the college for students who would in the past have been overlooked or excluded. As the IET program began to grow, there was a need for more staff. To address that need in the 21-22 grant proposal, staffing was included and that was funded. In October of 22, a part-time IET coordinator and a part-time IET academic support specialist were brought on board specifically to serve this population and grow the program. At the core of our concern is the underperformance, the lack of accountability, the lack of leadership, and the lack of communication in regards to the IET program. We are concerned that due to the lack of goal attainment, the IET program is at risk. Regarding underperformance and lack of accountability, despite the new part-time coordinator appointment, recruitment has been lacking. For example, on January 17th of 23, enrollment in IET administrative professional courses totaled 2 students in each of 8 courses. Other staff previously conducted some recruitment for the IET healthcare section, so numbers were slightly better, yet still lagging behind past semesters. Since enrollment had never been an issue before, the question was raised with the coordinator, why was enrollment low? What was the plan? What corrective action was to be put in place? To our chagrin, we received excuses. On January 30th, in effort to remedy low enrollment, faculty was compelled to conduct our own recruitment. At that time, despite referrals to the coordinator, only efforts made to contact the students was made by email and later by phone calls. By the 21st of February, it was too late. That was at the point of time that the coordinator finally connected with the students. My question is, if we know a student is in a specific location on a specific day at a specific time, why would we email and call with no results for 3 weeks? Why wouldn't someone go to the very location where the student is located and enroll them? This is part of the issue that we're experiencing with the coordination, with the communication and lack of accountability and lack of enrollment by the coordinator. The only solutions are electronic ones. We cannot assume that all students are proficient with electronic communication.
That was 3 minutes, so if you can just.
I have one
A
last
final,
little
yep.
Okay. During the one and only meeting on February 9th with the executive director, coordinator, and few IET pathway faculty, the executive director asked faculty for recruitment recommendations, which were made as follows. Visit the classroom and feeder courses on a regular basis and establish relationships with referring faculty. attend faculty meetings, and provide updates and information. Reach out to community partners. To date, none of those recommendations were acted upon, with the exception that the coordinator briefly attended the March MATC department MATC day meeting. Communication is lacking. We do not know which of any IET opportunities will be offered in fall. We have heard rumors that the IET administrative professional pathway will be eliminated, but we don't know for certain. On Friday, the 24th, which was last Friday, we were notified that there are 12 newly scheduled virtual information sessions that referring faculty should encourage students to attend. Yet faculty who could potentially refer these students have no idea what the options will be offered, therefore making it difficult to make recommendations for students to attend. Other than virtual information sessions, there are no other vehicles to link students with IET.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I do believe this is a new topic, scholarship barriers. Reggie, Leslie.
Not the best at this, so I'm gonna try to keep it short and sweet, but as a student here at MATC, I understand why MATC enforces the policy that most balance or a certain amount of balance should be paid for tuition for students to enroll. And my story was, and I understand why a certain amount should be paid and why balances should be fully paid. The problem is that instructors, policy, the school needs for the services, they should be paid, of course. However, in the long run, I think it will hurt students because most students here are financially strapped for cash, and any other barriers being stopped for them to get into registration is easy for them to walk away. Where there's other schools that may not be accredited, they'll take them in easier and they'll have worthless degrees. And my story, there were some resources I didn't even know were available to me, which was the FAST Fund. And I think over the phone when I was speaking with student accountants, they heard my frustration because I'm like, I've been a student here before. It's not like I got failing grades here. I shouldn't have to have this problem, And another person overheard me, and then they recommended the FAST Fund. And FAST Fund helped me out a lot because got me back into school. And because I was also offered Uplift scholarship program, and I wouldn't be able to take that scholarship if my balances weren't paid. And once again, I got my own personal stuff going on. I got kids, I got work. Well, I bounced back from the jobs actually, but yeah, I was easy to just say forget about it, because I had the email and they said, yeah, you're eligible for it, you can get scholarship, but you can't get in there unless you're fully enrolled. So once they told me I had to balance, of course I was frustrated over the phone, and I was like, whatever. But someone else recommended the FAST Fund, and then once FAST Fund, they accommodated me very well, and now I'm enrolled in the class. But I could tell from prior experiences for myself, I'll kind of do my due diligence, and it's all about seasons as well. If I was someone else who easily gets, I guess, discouraged, if I said that correctly, they say forget about it, and I think MATC should reconsider that policy, and in the long run, potentially it will hurt. And not to piggyback from ESL, but it's going to piggyback from other students who share the same story. So I would highly suggest MATC to reconsider that. Balances be fully paid, or a certain amount should be paid before students should enroll, because you have a lot of students that's enthused and want to try new things, and they're kind of intimidated easily. But you get a school that seems an outside wants to welcome you in, but quick to turn you back away from your balances, because your balance is kind of unfortunate. So once again, I'm just speaking on top of my head right now, and I hope you guys consider that policy, because there's a lot of great talent out here, especially in Milwaukee. And one thing too, a lot of graduates who I work with, a lot of them come from WTCT, and it's very easy for them, but I don't get much of my MATC graduates out here. And we all talk, and the program I'm in is a small community, and we all talk, and we all got to go out to Waukesha, go west for jobs. And a lot of them are from WCTC, and it's sad and misfortunate, but I don't get as much as MATC graduates in the EET fields for like electronic engineering. So my field is more automation, and a lot of automated jobs are those guys from WCCC, or they went to the Navy. So I wish we had more of that Black Pride MATC guys out there. So that's my story.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Under scholarship areas, I have Liz Franchek.
Good afternoon. My name is Liz Franchek, and actually maybe before my time starts, I did have one other student who was going to come today. She had some childcare issues at the last minute, so I will be emailing everybody her testimony tomorrow morning, first thing, just an FYI. So I've been an adjunct instructor of Spanish here for almost 12 years, and I'm also the executive director of the FAST Fund, where I've been for about a year and a half. I would like to talk to you today about some barriers that students face when trying to access scholarship money. First, I'm going to read, I had another student who's unable to attend. I'm going to read his statement verbatim. He says, "My name is Gino Felipe. I'm a Chakotah recipient with a 3.0 GPA, and I have issues and concerns with the scholarship. 1, my tools for aviation maintenance are not in the MATC bookstore. I signed up for the scholarship with the understanding that they will be paying for books and supplies. I'm currently not working, but I'm going to school full time. I do not have $3,000 to pay for the tools I need and to wait for the scholarship to reimburse me. I will have to take out loans to pay for my schools. 2, housing for students who have a family is kind of left out of the scholarship. I have 6 children and a wife and would love help with housing as well, but the scholarship only offers housing at Westtown Green, which is only for single students. 3, the Kroger gift cards are great and very much a blessing. 4, last dollar scholarships aren't right for all students. Now I need to take out loans to pay for tools, housing, electric bills, transportation, fuel, and emergency repairs for my car. I was accepted for the scholarship, but the $400 gift cards are the only benefits I have received so far. I would like the scholarship to do what was promised and pay for my tuition and tools so my loans can go to other living expenses." That's the end of his statement. So this is my statement. Recently in a meeting at MATC, an administrator presented data from institutional research showing different ways to look at student success rates by semester, by department, by race. They explained that the numbers show that white students are more successful than Black and Latino students, and that non-Pell recipients are also have higher success rates than Pell Grant recipients. This administrator said, looking at this data, one realizes that poverty is the most active variable impacting a student's success at MATC. I asked them what the institution is doing to address poverty among our students. What steps are being made to implement systemic changes that address poverty? This administrator replied, "By the time our students arrive at MATC as adults in their 20s or 30s, the damage that the structures of poverty have done, they cannot be reversed. There's nothing more at the institution that we can do to make up for the deficits poverty has caused. All we can do is continue to be compassionate. I come before you today to say that is not all that we can do. I will not sit here and pretend that all I can do is be compassionate. We can take action and help our students and advocate for change. I have met a number of times with administrators to try to work collaboratively with the college to address barriers to student success, and am met with very little collaboration. As you have seen here today, students are facing barriers to register and therefore access scholarship money. The FAST Fund has helped 300 students just this school year with nearly $100,000 of assistance to set up payment plans so they can enroll or receive scholarship money. I am grateful that these scholarships exist, but here are some suggestions to help break down these barriers. I hope the board will take these into serious consideration. 1, could all college scholarships coordinate with the Restart program to make sure any student who has been awarded money but has debt and is Restart eligible is automatically enrolled in Restart? 2, could we make Restart more flexible and not have a 6 credit minimum requirement? Could Promise also be more flexible and allow credits completed at other institutions make them eligible so that transfer students from other colleges could get some assistance to enroll at MATC? 3, could scholarship recipients get debt either partially or totally forgiven, or could the scholarship be redesigned to provide debt assistance? 4, could the college set up a small fund to help students with debt access their scholarship money? 5, can the MATC Student Emergency Assistance Grant, formerly known as Dream Keepers, be used towards debt? 6, can financial aid be released sooner instead of halfway through the semester? MATC stands alone among colleges in holding back financial aid until well into the semester. As a result, the FAST Fund gets inundated with requests for assistance from students waiting on their financial aid. And lastly, what if the college offered more first dollar scholarships? The FAST Fund, the MATC Student Emergency Assistance Grant, and Uplift are the only ones that I know of on the campus that are available to students. And none of us individually or collectively can tackle this issue of poverty and access to money. The FAST Fund was set up to pay emergency basic needs costs, not to be an additional cash flow for the college. In the past 2.5 years, I have written checks totaling more than $300,000 in student aid to the college to help students with debt, tuition, and books. It seems to us that the college's right hand accepts students into the college and offers some scholarships, while the left hand stymies that effort and offers no solution. Systemic changes in MATC's operations are needed if we are truly to put our students first. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. I believe that was the last of our public comments. So I'd like to thank everybody who has addressed the board and sharing your concerns. The board cannot respond to any of the matters in adherence to the state of Wisconsin open meetings law, which prevents a governmental body from discussing any specific item that was not publicly noticed on the agenda. So we will move into our next item, which is approval of the minutes. Could I have a motion for approval of the minutes from our regular board meeting on February 28th?
Second.
Any discussion? If not, I have a motion by Director Mays and a second by Director Foley to approve the minutes of February 28th, 2023. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, motion carries. Next is the approval of the consent agenda items. Do I have a motion?
I move approval of the consent agenda items.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. Any discussion? Okay. Hearing none, I have a motion by Director Foley and a second by Director Mays to approve the consent agenda items. This is a voice vote, so all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, motion carries. Next, we will move on to our board action items, and the first one is the resolution App 0264-03-23, authorizing the sale of $1.5 million general obligation promissory notes, Series 2022-2023J of the Milwaukee Area Technical College. Do I have a motion?
I'll move approval of item 5A, authorizing the sale of general obligation promissory notes.
Okay, do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. And Mr. Meehan is via Zoom. There he is.
Good evening. Thank you very much. I'll walk through the sale results today as part of the normal handout, which we share with the board. Per your direction in the last meeting, we did take the steps to bring the issue to market. We're pleased that you in fact had 3 bidders. Of interest, there's the same 3 bidders as we had last month. They just shifted positions. So last month, the winner was Fidelity Capital Markets, and this month TD Securities. The good news though is the rates are about 40 basis points lower than they were last month. So that's good news to see these quality bids come in. Next page, please. The notes themselves, as have been described as Series J at the 1.5 million, the funds will be transferred on April 12th to the district. Maturities are June 1, as all your principal payments are, 24 through 27, with the first interest payment is coming December. You will have funds on hand for the first interest payment as a premium was paid by the winning bidder. Once again, with the sharp amortization, they're non-callable. The ratings confirmed at a AA1, as I mentioned at the outset. TD Securities is a winner at a true interest cost of 2.7466. Next page, please. As we continue to move through the issues, and you've seen this page before, on the left side, we have your existing debt. The darker heading all the way across the top from left to right are the issues that have taken place. And then on the far right side, we have the preliminary issue, which will be selling in April. And later today, later on the agenda, you'll consider the initial resolution to allow us to proceed to market for Series 22-23K. And then, of course, we have the last issue of the year. So we're well within the allotted funding and structure for debt issues and on track. Next page, please. The next page shows the credit report itself. There is no change in language from the last report. outside of the description of the series. All the factors that Moody's has discussed in previous, the last report is repeated in this one as well. What I've just covered tonight has been included in the resolution, which is prepared by your bond counsel, Michael Best, and is on your agenda for consideration this evening. I'll be happy to answer any questions the board may have.
No hands up from the other two.
Nope.
Okay, not seeing any questions. Okay. I am not seeing any questions. So that being said, we did have a motion by Director Baker and a second by Director Foley to approve the resolution for authorizing the sale of $1.5 million general obligation promissory notes, which was series 2022-2023J. So this is a roll call vote. So Beth, could you please do that?
Director Burris,
Yes.
Director Case,
Aye.
Director Diaz,
Aye.
Director Foley,
Aye.
Director Mays,
Aye.
Director Moore Mukunde.
Aye.
Director Baker,
Aye.
Director Olson.
Aye.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Meehan. Next then is the resolution to allow us to go back out to market for next month of F0265-03-23 that authorizes the issuance of $1.5 million general obligation promissory notes, which is series 2022-2023K of the Milwaukee Area Technical College District. Do I have a motion?
I move approval.
Okay, do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Director Foley and a second by Director Mays. A resolution that authorizes the issuance of $1.5 million general obligation promissory notes, series 2022-2023K. Beth, could you please take a roll call vote?
Director Case,
Aye.
Director Diaz,
Aye.
Director Foley,
Aye.
Director Mays,
Aye.
Director Moore Mukunde.
Aye.
Director Baker,
Aye.
Director Burris,
Aye.
Director Olson.
Aye. Our next action item is to approve the board self-evaluation instrument. We've had discussions at the last couple board meetings with that. We've had some suggestions, some updates to that. So you should have all of the final recommendations to that document. Remember, the board will use that to self-evaluate our own performance. So do I have a motion for the approval?
I'll move approval of the board self-evaluation instrument.
Okay, thank you.
Second.
Okay, any discussion? We've had discussion, so I don't see any additional discussion. So I did have a motion by Director Baker and a second by Director Foley to approve the board self-evaluation instrument. This is a voice vote. So all those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Our last action item is resolution F0266-03-23 to authorize administration to enter into a cooperative agreement to expand the electrical power distribution program. Do I have a motion?
Move to approve.
Okay, do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? There was information that was sent out in advance, and Laura Bray is here.
Sure, you had a pretty thorough presentation. We do have images of the physical location. It's helpful to people to get their hands around, but I welcome questions.
Yeah, Dr. Baker?
So I have two questions. One is if I digested the material correctly, there are 37 people on waiting list right now. It's an expensive thing for us to enter into, just the MATC costs. So, is there something that tells us the cost per FTE, a projection on something? So that's my first question. And my second question, I'm going to show my age. What happened to the facility at 35th in Wisconsin?
Yeah.
Do you remember that guy?
Yeah.
No,
No, that I will not be able to answer. Not that I'm that young, but.
Okay. So those are my two questions.
Okay. Should I go ahead and start on those?
If I may, I have a related question. You probably could address them most efficiently together. The documentation you provided indicated that there is concern among the local employers that a significant part of the students we are training are not staying within the district. I'm not sure if that means not staying within the state of Wisconsin, but they're not staying within the district. And so my question is, when we're looking at making this expenditure with a backlog, why would we do that as opposed to prioritizing those people who will commit to taking jobs in the district?
Sure. I think what I prepared, knowing that you had that question in advance, I think I'm going to be able to answer both, but I think a little context is important. So the current capacity of the program is 18. And we did have a waiting list in the past. At currently, the way that it works every year is it's one time a year in terms of enrollment. So it's in August and it only starts in August. And for this location, we put out a call for interest. And at this point, right now, we have 35 individuals that have submitted an interest form, of which 9 have already gone through the process, and enrollment begins on April 19th. The district residency preference is done through state statute. There are state statutes that actually dictate how we handle district priority registration and district preferences. In the past, a waiting list was actually established for this program. Once the waiting list is established and someone says, I'm interested, but there's no space, and they go on a waiting list, that district priority evaporates. Once you're on the waiting list, you're on it. And so for that reason, we were able to eliminate the waiting list. So it's just every year, it's first come, first serve. And the people that register by that priority deadline, if they're residents within the district, they get to the front of the line. And if they're not, they have to wait until after that open period of registration is available. To address the demand, both in district and out of district, there are only so many programs in the state of Wisconsin that offer the EBD program, and we happen to be one of them. And as you can imagine, our electrical grid is pretty important to our overall well-being as a community. And we are one of the programs in the state that offer the EPD program. And so to address that demand, a proposal was previously done. And it was actually, I think, on the 3-year plan a couple of years back to actually make investments at Mequon because of the increase. And it was additional classroom space, additional construction of an outdoor lab, and also to add a faculty line. And if Mohammed, if Dr. Dakwar wants to, this is enough that I'm able to report on knowing the background, but then a faculty line was approved at that time to be able to expand, to have more capacity. When the advisory committees heard of that investment at Mequon, they said, we're seeing in our area that there's this proposal kind of confronts 2 issues. One is just adding more spots because making the decision to invest in this program. And the other one is actually providing a pipeline for local talent. The advisory committee's members felt like you'd exacerbate a problem because a lot of the people that are coming to that Mequon location live 2 Rivers. They come down for class and then they leave the district with never any intention on working on our power grid here. And so employers like Peeper Power, We Energies, Michael's Construction, all the local employers that depend on our output, we're saying, if you're going to make that investment anywhere, let's start to work on a solution that does a location that's more central in nature. So we can still offer the Mequon location, but then also let's expand it. This particular project actually costs the college less. The amount we had in that construction budget was at the time, I think it was upward of $500,000 at that time. And that was when Dean Dorothy Walker was here. Okay, so this is how far that goes back, probably 4 years, 5 years. And she started even looking at the possibility where We Energy said we'd be willing to dedicate a portion of our property at 30th and North for this program. But the faculty said we can't use, but we need physically more land. And that's where this opportunity of a property that's immediately adjacent, that cannot be physically developed because it's just the length and the size of it doesn't make it developable. And the redevelopment authority had taken that property through tax foreclosure and had a development plan to make it into a community asset. And so this, and that development plan was much more just having like a green seams program where they have the stormwater treatment and then having a neighborhood kind of pocket park. So we've been able to enter into that agreement, spending less money than we would have on our own property. So the cost of it is really just the approval, the cost that already had been previously approved to hire a faculty member that's dedicated, and then some minor annual maintenance costs that are very small. So does that give, so in terms of like the how do we evaluate per cost of expanding a program or not? That one, I'm not prepared to answer like more globally.
I apologize if I then misunderstood. I thought there was a line that I saw in the, which of course I don't have here because it was all in the video that we watched, but there was something that had the foundation had raised 399.
224,000.
Oh, okay, something,
Yep.
right? Yeah, and so that was the money I was.
Correct. So
you're saying that's less than we've already allocated in our fiscal plan?
If we would have done it at Mequon, it would have cost us more. And now the college, we've been able to do public-private partnership in order to cover what the college would have covered for construction, and the actual dollar output is less.
Okay, and is that currently in our facilities plan, that additional amount? So this is a savings off of that, you're saying?
It is no longer in the 3-year plan because it was taken out when this project was, so it's not, yeah. So it wasn't pursued. I believe the last time it was in the 3-year plan was 2 years ago, when it looked like the advisory committee was looking for an alternative solution, and it looked like we were able to look at an alternative.
And the other piece was that Dorothy Walker was struggling for years to find an instructor. And so every time we talked about expansion, she's like, I have looked everywhere. We talked to all the folks at the different companies or advisory committees, and we were really struggling. So that's why there's a little bit of delay and hiccup. And as it turns out, once we talked about expanding in Mequon, then it was like, no, we really want you to be in Milwaukee.
So the question I had was that $234,000, whatever it was.
Sure.
That's an expense. It was not something we had previously approved in our facilities plan. So it's a new expense. And just that this is an expense. We have nobody on the waiting list, you're saying then. So this is on the hopes that that's a cost that we're going to incur, on the hopes that we'll find an instructor, because we haven't had one. I want to do it. I love this
Sure.
stuff. Okay, don't get me wrong. It's like, they're great careers and all that. I'm just, my original question on the cost per FTE was, there was a new cost out there, and is this worth it based on what we know in terms of people's interest, our ability to run the course, and we're going to continually have enough people to make that cost worthwhile. Do we do that analysis?
So on this particular project, we eliminated the waiting list to get to your question of how do we set up systems that we're training more people here. And so that it doesn't mean that there's not interest. We have 35 people for 18 spots that said, we're really interested in doing this. We eliminated using that as a way to get to your question on how do we get more people that are in Milwaukee. So that's one. The second thing is, the difference here is we have the Metcalf Park Community Bridges neighborhood organization that are thrilled to have as part of their economic development plan in their neighborhood training to really, really good jobs. We're going to open up additional avenues that people didn't even realize this was a career. And that kind of outreach, to have a neighborhood partner that is working in tandem with us to get, like, already we're working with the alderman to do a information session if this all gets approved in the next, cycle. So I think that's something that's different that we wouldn't have had if we were doing this at Mucklin alone. The other piece of this puzzle I'll just say is that this particular program is scholarship eligible. So that's new. This will be the first cycle that the Chakota Scholarship will be available for students that come through this. So that's a full ride scholarship. Yep.
Do you have numbers about the future demand for these services in the state?
I do not have it right at my ready.
Okay, I saw a report from, I believe it was We Energies about a month ago, that indicated we needed, essentially, with the electrification of the transportation system, to double the number of people who are engaged in this this career in the state of Wisconsin. I can't vouch for that number, but I think it was something like that. And I just there is always a question between and among the colleges as to who should be doing what. And yes, this is an expenditure. I do remember when this was in the 3-year plan, and I do remember that the cost estimate was something like $500,000 or $750,000. And the numbers, I think, have stayed at least the same level since then. That is, when we had the waiting list, we had about the same number of people on the waiting list every year as we're talking about having applied. Right. So I think those numbers are consistent, and I think there's support, strong support for the conclusion that there's going to be increased demand for this, both locally and around the state. I do have one other question. The physical layout showed the, I don't know what to call it, the community.
The garden space, or
Yeah, the garden space at the front, the rectangle at the front. And I just wondered, has there been careful examination of whether it's a good idea to have invitations to people coming into that space, which is immediately adjacent to where I assume there would be high voltage wires?
Well, there's high voltage stuff right next to my house. I mean, the thing is this group of people are learning to work in a very urbanized area. And so there's going to be, they're going to be working environments that they're going to be working in every day.
I'm more concerned about the community members visiting right next door.
Sure.
Is there going to be some separation?
I can understand, I can seek to understand that more specifically in terms of the design.
Yeah,
Yep.
I think somebody needs to think carefully about
Yep.
that.
What happened to 35th?
I'm going way back in my memory, but it was We Energy who pulled that site from us.
Oh, they did?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's when we started looking for another site.
Well, because we have this program and it was
Yeah,
very
yeah,
exciting.
yeah.
We did a whole thing with
Yeah.
We Energies and we had, I think, the Workforce Development Organization at the time and yeah. Okay.
Yes, Director Morrow.
I had a question for Director Becker. Was that prior to the construction that happened on the corner there on the northeast corner, I think?
It was, but it was also, it was in the general vicinity of 35th. It was actually probably 36th and about a block south of Wisconsin, maybe. We Energies had an older facility they weren't using, and they did a partnership with MATC where we sort of refurbished it and it was a partnership also with the Workforce Development Organization at the time. And yeah.
So near WRTP big stuff.
Yeah, it was really
okay.
close to
All right.
WRTP.
Okay, I'm thinking of something different. Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Okay.
Move we call the question.
Okay, I just want to make sure, I'm trying to look, because there's a lot of stuff and people, I just want to give people a little bit of time to just like digest what they just heard, questions that were just answered. So I do have a motion by Director Foley and a second by Director Mays to approve the resolution to authorize administration to enter into the cooperative agreement to expand the electrical power distribution program. This is a voice vote, so all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you so
Laura.
much.
Mhm. Next, we will move on to the reports section of our agenda. First is the chairperson's report. So this is to announce that the MATC District Board Appointment Committee met in this room on March 15th. That was a couple weeks after we had our last meeting. And the following have been appointed to serve on the MATC board. Gail Pence in the category of employer 15 plus as a manufacturer, and Dr. Waleed Najib for an employer that has 15 plus. The term of those positions ends on June 30th, 2026. And right now those appointments are taken to the Technical College System Board for approval before they're able to come back here. There were no applicants for the superintendent position. So a meeting to appoint this position will take place in the next 2 months. The District Boards Association is holding their spring meeting at the Gateway Technical College in Kenosha. The topic at that meeting is governance for accountability. If you want to attend that, this is a great opportunity because it's not that far away. It's not up in Rice Lake or some of the other locations, which they are lovely, but this is a much closer location. So this might be one for you. It is on April 20th to the 22nd. Director Foley is registered, but if anybody else would like to consider attending, please let Beth know. The apprenticeship graduation, we are already talking about graduation ceremonies, even after receiving 11 inches of snow, is Wednesday, April 26th at the Bucharest Area Museum. Directors Baker, Case, and Moore Omokunde have already indicated that they will be attending. So please let Beth know if you are interested, because we make it close to having a quorum. I know that the task force for the board policies met. Director Foley, would you like to give a quick overview update on that since
Sure.
Director Mendito Ramos is not here?
There's a lot of detail in the minutes. I think the most important things are that the process is progressing. We're looking at combining some of the policies, certainly aligning them with consistent forms and terminology and things. We discussed 2 or 3 possibilities for new policies, and with Kristen de Castro's departure, Denise Greathouse is taking over the facilitator role. So we're going to, we've asked them to draft some standard operating procedures, including one for how to handle public comments. And you'll hear our ideas, the committee's ideas, presumably, which are not really formed at this point. But before you're asked to look at anything in particular, there is also some discussion about whether certain committees, such as the audit committee, ought to be formally recognized and have policies around how it operates and who's on it. Anything else? You were there. Anything else?
We'll have more.
Okay.
We'll have more. in the future.
Remind me the timeline again of considering bringing those forward for action.
Next month, we were going to have a meeting to look at all the drafts and the
Okay.
red lines, and we're supposed to be getting comments into Denise before then. And then we would intend to present these at the May meeting.
Okay. Okay.
Our goal was to have them done in this school year.
Okay. Sounds good. Thank you for that update. At this time, I'd like to turn it over to Director Case for the foundation report.
Sure, thank you. The MATC Foundation Board met Thursday, March 9th. At this meeting, the Foundation Board was presented with and/or discussed the following. The MATC Foundation Board approved a resolution to give its executive director the authority to enter into a cooperation agreement among the Redevelopment Authority of the City of Milwaukee, Milwaukee Area Technical College, and the Milwaukee Area Technical College Foundation for the purpose of expanding MATC's electrical power distribution program. The MATC Foundation will facilitate donations to the project not to exceed the target of $224,000, which is based upon current cost estimates for the construction work. As noted in the video recording sent in advance of this meeting, this project will allow for MATC to expand the EPD program to offer a second section at a new location in the Metcalf Park neighborhood along North Avenue at 31st Street. The Mequon campus will continue to offer the program as well. Private sector partners include MP Systems, also known as Piper Power, and We Energies, which is donating the use of facilities, equipment, and a cash donation. The board received an update on fundraising activity to date. As of March 17th, supporters have given nearly $3.8 million toward a $4.5 million fiscal year goal. We are on pace to reach or exceed our full year 23 goal. As previously noted, the Ellen and Joe Chakota MATC Scholarship Program includes a match where every donation is matched $2 to $1 by the Chakotas for up to $2.5 million. For every $500,000 raised, the Chakotas write a check for $1 million. As of March 17th, donors have contributed nearly $1.2 million. The board, the staff and board members are working to support the final push for fundraising for this academic year. If district board members wish to make corporate or personal contribution to the MATC Foundation by June 30th, please visit matc.edu/donate or contact Laura Bray. The board heard from 2 Adult Promise Program students and 1 alumna, Edie L. Somerville and Eddie Myrtle Skinner, nursing scholarship recipient. All 3 scholarship recipients shared how appreciative they are of the support, the opportunities MATC offers, and how they plan on or are already using their degree. Finally, the staff prepared a program assessment report to provide an early snapshot of the new scholarship's full operation. This is the most comprehensive scholarship the college has ever offered, covering the costs after Pell and other grants are applied of tuition, books, and equipment, and some non-academic expenses like food, transportation, childcare, and housing at MATC's West Town Green. This report is included in the board agenda today. In summary, the Chakota Scholarship Program is leading to tangible results in the stage of early implementation. The Chakota scholars are outpacing their peers in credits earned per semester, successful course completion, and overall GPA performance. In addition, nearly 40% of Cohort 1 already have earned technical diplomas or credentials, and another 40 individuals have the potential of completing in May 2023. Laura Bray is available to answer any questions on this report if you have any.
Thank you, Director Case.
I have some questions. Books is included in the grant. Is it only through MATC, like our bookstore?
The books have to be approved through the course curriculum, and the scholarship is very much preferred that it funds not the student directly, but it funds for third party. So in the case of that, it's buying it from the bookstore.
Okay, so can we also buy books outside of the bookstore?
I'll see on this particular scholarship.
Okay, because can I mention the open comments or?
I'm sorry, like what the
The
question?
open comments with the students saying that they couldn't get the materials that they needed for their course, even though they were on
I would
the
keep it more
grant?
general, more of a question back to her, like,
Okay.
yeah.
In the event that a student is unable to purchase at the bookstore, we will facilitate the purchase for them or give them the funds necessary to make that purchase. The equipment is must be approved through the faculty that it is equipment that's necessary for the course. So we get a faculty list of the expected things that they have for a given program.
Okay, so if a person is in a particular course and that course requires them to have certain tools and we don't have those tools at the bookstore,
We're working with every student one-on-one to make sure they have what they need. That is approved through the curriculum.
I'm not sure how to like re-ask my question because
If it's about an individual situation, we can take that offline. But if you're talking more general about where she's talking about how
yeah,
does the
because I mean, I
process
heard
work?
it in the open comment section, but
Right. So
I mean,
I,
there was a specific
Right,
statement.
so that
We
sounds
didn't
like
get
that-
the statement. So can we make sure we get the statement that was read in open comments so I can refer back later to ask the question since it's an individual?
If I don't have his contact, I mean, the student,
yeah,
I don't.
yeah, you'd have to, we don't, I mean, you could listen to the video again, and if there's a very specific situation, you can ask about, we just can't talk about individuals just due to confidentiality about the specific situations.
Okay, I
What
think
is- So
she-
your questions were, I mean, general enough to talk about, yeah.
I think this was under Liz Franchek's report. She said that she will send it tomorrow.
Oh, that's someone that didn't speak at. public
Exactly.
comment.
But
So-
she read a statement that also says she would send something out tomorrow morning.
She said she was going to email it.
Right, so if we get information about that, you can follow up specifically about that. We just can't talk about individual students here publicly, so yeah.
Yeah, so I think in general, though, what you're saying is anything that's, if, let's say I have a student who's just, I'm gonna pull a course out of the air like aviation, okay? And let's say a student is enrolled in that program and there are a number of tools and equipment that that student needs for said program. The Dakota Scholarship will cover those, you're saying, even if we can't get them through our bookstore, if they are determined by the curriculum that those tools and equipment are needed, the scholarship will cover it. So if there's an individual problem with this, then
The systems that we rely on are the faculty that.
Gotcha.
and the curriculum.
Okay.
For the course.
Thank you.
Right. Because I guess my question would be then, if the faculty is telling the students that this is required, then why wouldn't we already have it available? Or
Yeah, I mean, yeah, so we can look at, and it sounds like there are individual situations rather than maybe a global thing, but I think if we get more information, that's a question to follow up on, yeah.
one situation is big enough to raise the question.
Sure, we have to just make sure we're talking about not an individual student, but you're right, I'm not saying that yep, and so if we get more details, if it's follow-up that we're getting from there, we can definitely follow up, yep. Yep. Yeah.
So just to kind of add on to that, if there is a particular student and they either find a better version of something that, let's say that there's something available in our bookstore, or it's available via a third-party source, but there is a better version of it elsewhere, or there is a specific version of it elsewhere. Let's say there's a tool that is mostly used by right-handed folk, but someone is left-handed, and it would be more efficient for them to use the left-handed version. Are we able to accommodate the left-handed version of that tool, or the 2023 model when everybody's recommending the 2020 model?
I don't have, like, we've developed, this is a 6-month-old scholarship. Before this, we had maybe $30,000 to $50,000 available, maybe a year in equipment. And so we're developing those systems. The way we've developed them right now is that we're working with faculty on what are required. If something exceeds the cost of what's required, that might be a situation where the student has said, we will pay for the item that is in the curriculum. And if that's a choice that you want to exceed that, then that's your choice. And we'll give you the cost, if it's a $500 piece of equipment, we'll give you the 500, and then you can apply that to the piece that you're looking for. Those are the kind of things we've tried to work on a case-by-case basis. We've awarded $720,000 worth of scholarships in 6 months. So we're trying to do things at a scale that we're serving hundreds and hundreds of students. And we have to develop those systems and processes to be able to scale that, because we have the opportunity to create a $7.5 million pool that's available. And so we're trying to do the best we can, repeatable systems that meet the individual needs, so we can have those individual conversations, but also that there's consistency across the board. That's where we're trying to build the systems.
As a follow-up, Madam Chair, I just want to, for it to be clear that I'm not asking just to ask. I presume that each student will want their scholarship tailored to themselves. And I'm just curious if that is available to them.
So we try to tailor it to the program, because there's 90 programs that are, and then we also tailor it to the individual. So for the academic related costs, we tailor it to the program. To the non-academic housing, food, we've developed a partnership with Kroger that Ms. Franchek had noted, where we're able to give gift cards to students to cover their basic food needs outside of the campus. And then we also have, childcare that's very specific. One kid, someone might have 4 children, someone might have 1. And we cover the cost of childcare while they're in school. So it is a very, we're trying to do it both extremely personal, one-on-one help, but also doing it in a way that it can scale up to serve. I mean, we think we might be at 1,000 students come next spring this time. That's amazing, amazing. So.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
One last thing.
Sure.
Is there any talk around, and I know I've brought this up several times, about being able to assist students with families, and it may not be under this grant, but in a way to assist students with children?
So this is the first scholarship we've offered that covers childcare. So that's a huge.
No, I mean in housing.
I'm sorry.
Yeah,
Oh, sorry.
so this particular donor couple is not interested in going beyond this particular housing piece. Now, maybe sometime in the future, but we, as a college, continue to look for affordable family housing.
Okay.
But not as part of this scholarship.
So I'll just readdress the question under your prisoner's report possibly. I just re-asked the question under the.
Well, she just
president's report.
answered it, so I guess.
Well, you said that you have done some preliminary work around trying to find affordable housing for students.
Right, we're continuing to look at that and to do surveys with students.
Right, so then it wouldn't be under this portion. I can do follow-up questions under the president's report about what some of those preliminary things look like.
Well, if it's part of she's talking about, which I think she was answering your question, that the answer is that this specific scholarship does not, the donors themselves do not have it as a criteria. The college is looking at other opportunities, which isn't necessarily part of her president's report today.
Right, no, I understand. I've had direct conversations around this, and it sounded like originally they said it was a possibility.
Okay.
And that was a offline conversation. So I guess I want to re-ask a question later to see what has been done, because it seems like something is being done.
Very little, but we can take it offline
Okay.
too and have a conversation.
All right.
Good, thanks.
Here.
Yep. Thank you for all of that.
I will just say that all the applications, because you guys have loud voices and spread word for scholarships, Promise, Restart, and this, the deadline is August 4th. So it's all on the website at matc.edu/scholarships.
Thank you for that reminder. August 4th, everybody out there who's looking at scholarships. So thanks. Ready to move on to the other part of the president's report from that we started off in the beginning. So
yeah,
Dr. Martin.
Okay, thank you, Chair Olson, board members, faculty, staff, community, and students. I think I'm going to start off, continue the celebration with our director, Supreme Moore Makande, Rising Star, received an award on Sunday on my birthday, so I'm connected in some
Happy
way.
birthday.
So congratulations from Milwaukee Democrats. Yep, no problem. And then on March 3rd, I did travel to Madison. They did invite me to the Wisconsin Leadership Development Institute to tell about my presidential journey. very long, boring hour. I also then served afterwards on a panel with my fellow, some of my fellow presidents from the WTCS. I have to tell you, I was one of the first graduate cohorts of that particular program quite a few years ago. And so it's a great program and we participate in it each year, and we send a number of our leaders to that particular institute. Also, more than 70 Milwaukee businesses were represented at our downtown campus on March 8th for the second annual Diversity Career Fair. And this really matches employers committed to recruiting, hiring, and retaining a diverse workforce with students, of course, from one of the most diverse technical colleges in the Midwest, which is us. Employers said the fair was wonderful. It was a great place to find motivated students who know the value of being in a diverse, equitable, and inclusive environment. Thanks to Jenny McGilligan, Director of Student Employment, Career Transfer, and all of the Career Hub team for their work on this event. Just a reminder, on April 24th and 25th, and it's probably somewhere in the calendars, we're going to be hosting a 5-person team from the Higher Learning Commission. This is part of our regular mid-cycle review that we go through. We did submit a 100-page self-evaluation, thanks to Dr. Mannion and the many folks who helped to submit some of the information that she pulled together. So we just completed that. And as you know, it's really important to maintain our accreditation. Because it allows for us to get financial aid for our students, which is really critically important. It helps us with the transfer piece for our students so that they are coming from an accredited school, and those credits then do count. And it does assure quality in education. And then at a recent meeting of the Wisconsin Technical College System State Board, they approved for us $3 million in grant funding. And again, this year, I'm proud to say that every single dollar we asked for, we received. And so that's the second year in a row. And so we're pretty proud of that, including some Perkins, adult education, family literacy projects that will help us into the next year. Special thanks to Jennifer Mickelay, Director of Quality Planning and Assessment, and all those folks who collaborated with the grants department. We also had a visit from our Achieving the Dream coaches. A team of our folks from MATC also attended the National Achieving the Dream Conference in Chicago the same month. Achieving the Dream, if you'll recall, is an organization that we joined that really helps look at best practices to help students succeed. It's a network of about 160 educational institutions over 30 states and emphasizes the use of data to inform change. Thanks again to Dr. Mannion and our Achieving the Dream team for their intentional focus on really looking at those strategies that will help improve our student outcomes. And last week, I had the pleasure of meeting students, faculty, and staff at our Oak Creek and West Allis campus, and I went to Walker Square site to have my bi-monthly cafe chats. It was really great. A lot of the folks who were here today, I got to talk to them as well individually, and it's always helpful. And that concludes my report. Any questions?
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Martin. Next, we'll move on to our district student senate report with Patrick Casper. Patrick's on the opposite side today, so.
It's a chairperson?
Sure, or just chair, you don't even have to put it in inanimate object.
Thank you, Chair Olson, Dr. Vicky Martin, members of MATC District Board Administration. My name is still Patrick Casper. I'm happy to be in attendance and give a report again this month, and I apologize in advance for the extreme brevity of this report. As you're all well aware, it's a very special time to be an MATC student, as the Stormers are the NJCAA Division II men's basketball champions for the first time in school history. Hopefully nobody's forgotten that already. Mason Johnson has been awarded Division MVP, scoring over 1,000 career points. And then Coach Randy Casey has been named North Central Community College Conference Coach of the Year, among the laundry list of other things that we heard. So that's super exciting. The WTCS Student Ambassador Banquet will be held in the Wisconsin Dells April 27th. Garrett Groveschmidt has been selected to be MATC's 2023 ambassador to the WTCS Ambassador Program and will be training for this role at that time. The final Wisconsin Student Government Meeting of the year will be hosted by Mid-State Area Technical College on Friday, April 14th. During this meeting, executive officer elections for the 2023-2024 academic year will be held. I have served as the WSG Vice President for the 22-23 academic year, and I'm strongly considering standing for presidency. Regardless of the outcome, having the opportunity to serve the students of the WTCS and represent Milwaukee Area Technical College in so many roles has been immeasurably rewarding and gratifying, and I hope to continue advocacy in the WTCS and beyond. Finally, I thank you all for your time and the opportunity to present these updates and developments from the perspective of a student leader at MATC. I'm looking forward to continuing to serve in this role for the remainder of my term.
Thank you, and good luck on the upcoming election if you decide to toss your hat in that ring.
Yeah. All right. Next, we have our diversity, equity, and inclusion report with Dr. Martina Phelps.
Good evening, everyone. So for today's diversity, equity, and inclusion report, we have the affirmative action report that will be delivered by my colleague, Dan McColgan, who is the Director of Labor Relations and Human Resources.
Thank you, Eva, and thank you, board. Thank you, President Martin, for having us here and giving us this opportunity to provide our semi-annual update. When we presented last fall, there was a lot of discussion, in terms of the data and data overload and what does the data mean and what are we doing about it. So with the presentation this time around, a lot of the detailed data is in the report. We have a few slides that we want to go through to hit the highlights in the data, and then we want to spend some time talking about the so what, or what are we doing about these things. And a couple of the main components of the affirmative action plan, the goals in terms of employment are to balance our employment population and have that achieve or exceed the district workforce representation. So when you see the chart there, the MATC column percentage is the representation of full-time employees in each of those categories. The district workforce number in the middle, those are the numbers for the district we serve. We get this from the WTCS, who administers the AAP on behalf of the DOE and Office of Civil Rights. And then the far column is the difference in percentages. So you can see on this first slide in terms of minority representation, female, Asian, African-American representation, we are exceeding the district workforce numbers. We are lagging behind, in terms of Hispanic population by a little over 3 percentage points. And we're going to talk about at the conclusion, some of the things we're doing to try and move that number. And I know in the past, there's been some discussion, how does this compare with the student numbers? And there are student numbers we track separately, but for purposes of the AAP, the student numbers are compared with the district population as well. But the college has kind of gone a step beyond that. And I know last time there was a lot of questions, why aren't we comparing the employee representation numbers with the student population numbers? So those metrics are tracked, and that information is tracked, and strategies are tracked through the DEI plan. And then also through the institutional scorecard. And we're going to talk about that a little bit more. But the second slide is basically, I think in previous meetings, it was talked about, well, what do these numbers mean? Are we going forward? Are we going backwards? And so this slide compares where we were at the start of the current 5-year AAP, which started July 1st of 2019 and runs through the end of fiscal year 23-24. You can see we're moving positively in all directions with the exception of full-time Asian employees. Although they're not monumental changes, we are moving in a positive direction. Next slide, please. So in the more detailed report, you'll see there's a lot of detail about the 7 different occupational categories. We focus a couple of slides on full-time faculty position because that's our largest group of employees with over 500 full-time employees. And you can see there's positive representation in all the categories with the exception of full-time Asian faculty. Next slide, please.
Before we leave that slide, can I ask for clarification?
Go back, please.
I don't understand the third column here. Because 5.86% is not the percentage of the district workforce that is Black. So what does that number mean?
That number represents the labor pool availability for African-American teachers at the college level in the district we serve.
Okay, so it's people who are members of comparable faculty or have the qualifications to be faculty within the district.
Yeah, and this has come up before. So, and I think Director Baker has raised the question in previous meetings. Why are we comparing ourselves to the Marquettes, the UWMs, Cardinal Stritches of the world? And unfortunately, the census data doesn't cut it that thin and have a separate metric for 2-year community colleges.
No, yeah, but what I'm struggling with is you got the same title on that third column in most, well, the 3 of the first four slides, but I don't think they mean the same things, do they?
Well, on this slide, the district workforce number, okay, that represents in terms of all minority populations for faculty, there's a 23.83% availability. So it's the availability.
I don't know what availability means. I mean, I'm just not understanding this chart at all. I looked at this and I said, wait a minute, the Black population in the district is way higher than 5.86%. Why does this make sense? I still don't understand.
Okay, so 5.86% is the percent of African-American faculty in the labor pool in all of Greater Milwaukee. When you look at the top line with minority, 23.83% is the availability of all minority faculty for 4-year schools in the district.
Okay.
And if I can just jump on that same horse for a minute, it becomes meaningless to us because our healthcare faculty, are more comparable to professionals in the healthcare industry. And our manufacturing faculty, our CNC faculty are more comparable to manufacturing employees in the industry than they are to professors at Marquette and UW. So while I understand that's the only data that you can access, it doesn't actually tell me much, because what I want to know is, does our healthcare faculty reflect the healthcare workforce? Because that tells me that's a goal that I want to be able to reach, which is way different than the way Marquette faculty looks. So it's, I struggle with the exact same thing when I look at these numbers. When we talk about overall in our district has, in terms of population, are we reflecting the population? That's meaningful as a board member looking at, our goals. To me, this doesn't give me like a meaningful.
So to be clear, we had this last time too, 6 months ago, because it was all of a sudden because it was data. If we were WCTC, are we looking at like Carroll University then? I mean, would they have, if they were to do this data and the information coming to them, and I'm WCTC, are they just looking at like Carroll University and like that's it then? Because just because of our proximity of where we are, that's what I'm just saying, like that could be totally, again, also irrelevant to that.
I don't know
comparables,
what the
okay.
metric for WTC.
But they're looking at post-secondary institutions in the district is what you're telling me, no matter what the technical college district is, because we're a post-secondary institution. We're being compared to all post-secondary institutions within our district. So if I'm UW Eau Claire, or I'm like up there, I'm at Rice Lake Technical College, I'm looking at UW Eau Claire as my comparable then, is what we're saying. If this were to be, because this is the same data that all technical colleges get as their comparables.
They get a cut of their, of
Right,
the
their little
workforce
district,
in
right.
their area.
And when you say workforce, you're talking post-secondary educational institutions, not workforce of the area from a program, if you will.
That is correct. And I did go back to the WTCS and ask that question, I think the last time around.
Right. So I mean,
but it is,
yeah,
if I could, so the goal of this is for us to be looking at what are our targets, how are we recruiting and what are our targets that we want to see our workforce representative, appropriately representative, at least, if not, more. So I want our healthcare faculty to look like the healthcare industry. I actually don't care if they look like the faculty at Marquette or UWM. I mean, nothing personal to Marquette or UWM, but you know what I mean? So there ought to be some way we can have meaningful statistics for us. And I'm not faulting you on what WTCS lets us get at, but I'm just not sure it's useful.
What the college has tried to do, and it's part of the DEI plan, is to say our faculty need to reflect our student body at a higher, and so we are tracking metrics.
So
with that.
so that's another lens, right? Through the DEI plan. That's actually one of the goals, that when we are looking at faculty diversity, that diversity reflects and mirrors the the diversity of our student body. So for example, if we're looking at that metric from that lens and point of view, 18% of our faculty members identified as Black and African-American. When it comes to students, it's 26%. So if you want to look at it from that lens, if you're looking at our Hispanic faculty, 7.5, and we have 19.5 student population. So you can see that gap there. That the student diversity of MATC doesn't really reflect our faculty, the people who are in the classroom teaching our students. You look at our Asian population, 4.5 faculty, and then 6% Asian students. The one that does reflect is our Native American, but that's a lower population, 1% faculty and 1% students. So that's another lens that we can look at. And that's something that the DEI office continues to track in terms of making sure that we are making progress on that end.
And then I think longer term, we're trying to drill down on the data and individual pathways to see what the representation of employees and faculty are versus the representations of students in each of those 8 pathways. We're still refining some of the data on that.
It's since I started this, that would be really helpful. But I agree with Director Baker that the full that number really doesn't help us. It's not going to give us anything actionable. It's not going to give us anything that tells us even what direction to go in. So unless somebody else wants it, I would suggest you skip that and give us whatever you have.
But we do provide it to the WTCS and the Office of Civil Rights every year because
I guess that is my question, because this is a compliance report, and part of it might not be within our ability to change part of that. So I guess part of it is, if it's a compliance report that the technical college system says we have to do it this way, then it is what it is. But as far as the board, then we don't have to spend a lot of time if it's not really actionable, to your point. So I guess that's part. I just want to be clear that we do have some compliance things that we have to do and we don't have. So I guess if what you're telling us is that data is given to us and it's compliance, then this is what it is, but it
what
may
we
not
can
be
do
part of
is
the
look
bigger
for
questions.
more data in terms of employee representation versus student population and the pathways.
And we can add it for future reports, right, Dan?
Sure, absolutely.
Okay.
Thank you.
Next slide, please. And then this is the full-time faculty compared to where we were at the start of the 5-year plan. You can see positive growth, not monumental, but positive growth in with each of the categories there. Next slide, please.
And then if
Sorry.
I may say something, I know that in the past, there was a question or a couple of questions related to how many Black male faculty members we do have, and that is around 30% Black male faculty members. So I wanted to make sure that we provided that information.
I'm sorry, 30%. White male instructors are 30% of all
Of
faculty.
all Black faculty. Mhm. So we have, what is the percentage? 18.44% are Black African-American faculty total altogether. That's around 90 Black faculty members. Around 30-ish, I would say, of 90 are Black male faculty members,
Got
which
it.
equals to 30-ish
Okay.
percent. And I'm saying 30-ish because the number fluctuates.
Thank you.
So
Next slide, please.
30% of the 18%.
Mhm.
Okay, there it is.
So 6%.
So this is a metric that we have on our institutional scorecard, and this measures diversity for all full-time and part-time employees. And I think we've done this for a number of years. You'll see it moves a little bit each year, but longer term, we did some comparison. We had data back from 2015, 16. For all employees, this includes all full and part-time employees, we were at a little over 32% in 2015, 16, and then we bumped up to 38% at the end of last fiscal year. For faculty, you'll see growth, although not as strong as in the category of all employees, a little under 3%. And then for all non-faculty diversity, some pretty healthy growth from 2018, 19 compared to 2021, 22 at 48%. Next slide, please. So this is kind of what are we doing about these numbers and what are we trying to do to move them in a more positive direction? And I believe in the last board meeting, it kind of came down to a lot of discussion about what are we doing in terms of retention? What are we doing in terms of recruitment? So in terms of recruitment strategies, we provide our talent acquisition department with the data of those job categories where minorities are underrepresented. And that's a flag or a red light for them to extend additional recruitment efforts to try and improve those categories and the representation in minority categories that are underrepresented when they're recruiting new positions. In terms of vacancy postings, we work through a large number of diverse organizations. You might recall, I think when you look at overall employee population, the only ethnic category overall we were underrepresented in was Hispanic population. And we have reached out to Hispanic professionals of Greater Milwaukee, the Mexican Consulate, Hispanic News Media, Pro-Spanica, and Hispanics in Higher Education, where we post our professional and faculty positions. And then we also work with MilwaukeeJobs.com. They have a number of diversity channels and portals that are related to specific ethnic group recruitment. The third item you can see there is we do require now anti-bias interviewer training for all the people that interview and serve as interviewers on interview panels. And then the fourth item there talks about diverse interview committees. We try and have diverse representation on most of our interview committees. And then we also have at least, depending on the level of position, but in all positions have at least one diversity related question. Obviously higher level positions may have more than that. So those are some of the things in terms of recruitment strategies. The next slide, please, is the retention strategies. The Advanced Leadership Academy, I think you heard a presentation by the professional group, the Mitchell Group that's presenting this. We just had our first 2 cohorts complete, a 10-month course that comprised of over 80 hours of classroom study. A lot of that is designed to drive the culture and make MATC a more inclusive environment. Our second cohort started in January of this year, and they'll be going through the same thing, 10 months and 80 hours. The PACE Climate Survey, I believe we do every other year. There's 18 questions in that survey that are focused specifically on diversity and inclusion. And so we've taken that feedback and given it to our senior leaders to work with their teams and develop goals and strategies to try and drive those numbers and improve them. And then the third one is the college-wide DEI plan. And we have 4 main pillars to that. We have the climate pillar, employee experience, student experience, and institutional commitment. And a lot of these things, employee experience is basically the component that speaks to having a diverse workforce that reflects our student population. And there are specific strategies. I believe Ellen Eva presented that in calendar year 2022. And we also have metrics that we're tracking to try and move that number. And then in terms of the student experience, I think Dr. Jans has presented in past, we're trying to drive the numbers of persistence in underrepresented population and drive the graduation rates in a positive manner. And then the last part of it in terms of retention is exit interviews. We started about 1.5 years ago doing those, and we're continuing to do those. And you may recall we identified the 4 main reasons why people leave, and those are being career advancement, job dissatisfaction, work environment, and management. So we are continuing to do those surveys. We're trying to drive the participation numbers up. So that's all I had. I don't know if you have anything else. I think, did we get your questions, Director Foley? I think.
Oh, yes, yes.
I think you had one on there about the Hispanic serving institution, and that's the student number, I think is 25%.
25%. We are at 19.5 right now.
And the standard is 25%.
Yes.
Yes, thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions?
Yes, sir.
I guess I'm just curious, if you know, if you do, if you don't, you don't. Like, do you know why it seems that like there's such a struggle increasing the percentage of Asian employees? It just seems like that's the one that's growing by the least margin.
Yeah, and actually with faculty, yeah, we've gone, yeah.
Is there, do you know of any reason for that, or just still trying to investigate that?
Yeah, no, that's a good point.
I think one of the reasons is the same reasons, for example, that the Hispanic employee population, we need to do outreach. We need to be in those markets when it comes to promoting our positions, when it comes to recruiting or no talent that comes from the Asian community, and also making sure that we are supporting our Asian employee affinity group internally, because they are our informal recruiters. They are the ones in our community promoting MATC. So I do think that those recruitment activities through our talent acquisition management team will grow in the future. Sure. And we have to be very strategic about the different populations that we serve, especially in southeastern Wisconsin. But yeah, it does take effort because many times when it comes to different populations, we think that one strategy may work for one, right? But it really doesn't. We have to really make sure that we cater those strategies to the cultural needs of those populations.
Sure. And I mean, I just ask because, you know, obviously, maybe not obviously, but of those listed, the Asian population of our area is significantly probably one of the lower ones. But I would also say that my experience with the Asian Student Association is that they're one of the healthiest and like most cohesive student orgs that I've had an opportunity to observe and like work with, as far as like the amount of stuff they're doing and the amount of like involvement with each other they have. They're really cohesive group. So I just think it's cool to see, because it's kind of the outlier with a lot of our student orgs. And I didn't want to have my question come off as an attack, because I know I feel like I had somebody on the grill several months ago. So
we know that we need to work in that area. So thank you for the reminder.
Sure.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yep. Next, we have our enrollment report with Dr. Sarah Adams.
Good evening, everyone. You've received the information ahead of time, so I really just like to share the updated numbers. And so as of yesterday, in the day, spring, we have 3,626 FTEs, which is 97.68%. And year to date, we're at 8,146 FTEs, and that's 98.14. So for our spring goal, we are 86 FTEs away. And overall, for our 2023 goal, we are 154 FTEs away. So there was some growth in between last week when we sent this information forward. So we do expect to have a little bit more growth with a few classes that will be starting.
Any questions on the enrollment report? Okay, there's those. Thank you. Next, we have the Milwaukee PBS General Manager's Report. So Dan Broderick is here.
Good evening, Chair Olson, MATC board members, Dr. Martin. Dan Mueller, our Chief Development Officer, attended a public media summit in Washington, D.C., along with Director Foley and our colleagues from the Educational Communications Board in PBS, Wisconsin. Along with the summit meetings, they made visits to Capitol Hill to talk about the importance of public media and to advocate for increased support from Congress for the Corporation for Public Broadcasting and to renew the support from Congress for the interconnection, the Ready to Learn project, and the public safety infrastructure fees. Our spring pledge drive concluded on March 13th. In total, 1,295 Milwaukee PBS viewers donated $210,936. We actually did 4.5% better than the March 2022 drive. And the George F. Moss Foundation's $10,000 challenge grant, which matched every dollar raised dollar for dollar during the first weekend of the drive, helped us nicely. Milwaukee PBS's community support continues to be strong. We are now at $4.96 million raised. That's 78.9% towards our target goal of $6.3 million for the fiscal year. The short month of February actually ended with $542,114, which is just over $100,000 higher than the month of January and almost $94,000 more than February of last year. Just over 2 weeks ago on Sunday, March 12th, 670 people came to Dominican High School's auditorium for a special event with one of America's most respected travel experts. European travel beyond the familiar with Rick Steves was presented by Rick Steves himself. He spoke for some 70 minutes and then he took questions from the audience. We sold out all the books that we had on hand. And following his talk, Rick mingled in the lobby with the attendees. Our television and video production students, their TV workshop program series concludes this coming Saturday with the final 2 programs airing on Channel 36 beginning at 11 p.m. The students are also going to continue their planning for the annual Student Operations Day, which this year will be held on Saturday, May 6th on Channel 36. As production continues on our 1-hour documentary about the Milwaukee Soldiers Home, we've begun to present a web-based digital series about the women founders of the Milwaukee Soldiers Home. This digital series highlights the incredible work of a group of women who founded what is now called the Milwaukee Soldiers Home. The first 2 of 6 digital episodes have already landed on the MilwaukeePBS.org website. On some good news, also, we have been notified that 6 of our entries in the Milwaukee Press Club Awards for Excellence have been judged award-winning. The final results will be announced at the Press Club's annual Gridiron Dinner in May. And congratulations to our own Everett Marshburn, producer of Black Nouveau, who was one of 30 individuals honored at the 38th Annual Black Excellence Awards held on February 24th. Thank you for your time. Any questions?
Yes, Director Foley.
If I could just add a couple of comments about the APTS. Yeah. So first of all, this is American Public Television stations because the Corporation for Public Broadcasting is statutorily prohibited from lobbying for money. So it's a really important activity, and Dan did a great job up there, and we need to continue to support that going forward. The second is everyone there is still talking about our student mental health program. That we ran, is it what, 3 years ago now?
It's been 3 years.
It's been
yeah.
3 years.
It's a
They're
crisis.
still talking about that at the national level. I also heard that in the 2 previous years that our station was generally ranked about number 5 for viewership in the entire PBS network. And last year we were number 1.
Yeah, for the calendar year last year, we were number 1.
Yeah, that's pretty amazing. Congratulations.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks.
Thank
I would agree about the kids in crisis. We showed it at our school district, and it's still something that our faculty talk about. So it was very well done. Next is our legislative matters report, and I believe that Rami Zelenkova is on Zoom.
Good evening. Thank you, everyone. You should have a written report in front of you this evening. I'll highlight several areas. The Joint Committee on Finance started their budget process this week in that they invited several state agencies to testify before the committee. Next week, they'll start the public hearing process. They've scheduled several public hearings throughout the state in which that will be an opportunity for Wisconsinites to share their opinions and thoughts and priorities on the state budget. Following that public hearing process, the committee will then begin its executive action on the budget bill. As I've indicated in prior reports, the legislature has communicated that they will be working from base budget, which means that the items that Governor Evers has proposed will need to be added in throughout that process. The legislature has also been hesitant to include policy items in the final budget product. And so looking at the items that the governor has proposed, the general aid increase, for example, is a fiscal item. And so that's something we certainly want to be prioritizing. Whereas policy items, one example being student identification for voting, that would be flagged as a policy item. And so the committee is less likely to entertain policy items throughout the process. Typically higher education action by the Joint Finance Committee, is scheduled for late April, early May. There's some flexibility there. It's at the discretion of the co-chairs, but I would expect to see action later this spring on the higher education items. The 2 houses, the Senate and Assembly, they'll determine the levels of funding that they want to invest in the various different priorities in different agencies. And from there, they'll start marking up the bill. So right now, I would say in terms of state budget activity, it's somewhat of a lull in that their legislature is just gearing up with their activity. Also, just want to highlight that last week, the Joint Legislative Council met and received committee reports from the study committees during the prior legislative interim. We've been monitoring 2, the study committee on increasing offender employment opportunities. Dr. Siddiqui Sahaku has served on that, as well as the study committee on occupational licenses. The Legislative Council voted, it was a unanimous vote on several bill drafts that were proposed out of those committees. One of those bill drafts includes modifying the earned release program for inmates to include completion of employment readiness training. That's something that has been of particular interest to the college. And so that now we'll start moving through the process. It will receive a bill number and be referred to a standing committee in the legislature and go through the standard legislative process. The committee also took split votes on other proposals, primarily coming out of the study committee on occupational licenses. As I've indicated before, that committee certainly has seen more intense negotiations and deliberations on how to improve the licensure process for professional licensing at the Department of Safety and Professional Services. Proposals coming out of that committee include requiring more reports from the agency, modifying the renewal dates, among many other things. The governor has proposed in his budget additional funding to support staff positions at the agency to improve the timeline for issuing those professional licenses. So again, these bills will receive bill numbers and be referred to the standing committee and begin moving through the process now that they have cleared that first hurdle through the Joint Legislative Council Committee. And then last, I will just flag at the federal level, and I'll defer to Laura Bray if she would like to add anything specific to an item. We're working at the federal level through the offices of Senator Baldwin and also Representative Style, Moore, and Fitzgerald to expand our truck driving program, seeking additional funding there for our Oak Creek campus. And so we'll be monitoring the request as it advances through that process. And with that, I'll complete my report and I'm available for any questions.
A lot of stuff in this report. Any questions from anybody on anything for Rainey? Okay, I'm not seeing any questions, Rainey. Thank you for the report.
Okay, thank you. Have a good night.
Yep. We're ready to move on to the next section of our agenda, which is the board monitoring. The next one is our fall success metrics. There's a handout by your place, and I'm calling in Jeff.
Just as we're leaving reports and moving on to the next item, just sort of a general kind of request. And like in our reports sometime, and this happened this time, we have video, you know, and I was kind of referencing it, and the video will have slides with it. It'd be super nice if we could get the slides as an attachment. Because, you know, I don't bring the video with me or rewind the video in my head. And so if there are, you know, because a lot of times the videos have something like that, if we could just get the slides.
Okay. Well noted. Thank you.
Thanks.
Yep. So I'm about to play the YouTube clip or
Yeah, there you
whatever.
go.
Yeah. Yep. So welcome, Jeff.
Well, thank you. Greetings to all members of the board. Beth, you get the slides up. Thank you. My name is Jeff Jans, if you didn't know me. I'm the Vice President of Retention and Completion. I want to provide you an update on some valuable data regarding MATC student persistence and retention. For those of you who are here, this is an update from last year's data on the fall to spring persistence. These slides, I just have three to show you. The data is in the video that I sent, but they look different. So a little bit of variety. You received this recording in advance, so I won't go into a great deal of detail. I just want to highlight some of the key points. I'll elaborate a bit on those things that we want to get even better and those things that we really need to work on. Our effort is really to use current data to inform student success decisions and action steps on behalf of our students. Keep in mind, as we look at this data and the data we use every year, that this is representing first-time degree-seeking students so that we can continue to show apples-to-apples comparisons. And it uses the metric of fall to spring persistence. There are a lot of metrics we could choose, and it's amazing how much we can glean just from this one metric. So we compare it to fall persistence, spring to fall persistence, zero credit completion, fall semester, things like that. Dr. Yan Wang, who is here tonight, and her team in institutional research created the Stay Pillar dashboard. And I always promise to tell her that I took the data and made it into a report. So if there's any problem with the report, it wasn't Dr. Wang. But she knows this data a lot better than I do if we have some specific data questions. This data does not show a cause-effect relationship. I have to emphasize that quite a bit. It does not say that because there's a huge correlation, all we have to do is have students use this service and then they will succeed. But when we have several services to look at, it starts to paint a picture. So here are some statements of progress that are gleaned from this data that you see up here. This past fall of 2022, the total headcount of our first-time degree-seeking students was 2,067, which was up 5.9%, just under 5% from the previous fall of 2021. The persistence rate from this past fall of 2022 to this spring was 68%. This was up 3% after a 2% increase last year. So we're moving forward. And the important thing to consider with this data, as we're looking at numbers as much as the quality of the student experience, is that retention is the most significant piece of our overall enrollment. So even a percentage or two really changes the nature of our total numbers. And I use headcount with our data because we're using services for students, for humans, not for 3.9 students or 4.6 students. And the 2022 fall to fall retention rate was 48%, which was up 7% from the previous year in 2021. So we're making some progress. We look at student cohorts and compare members to non-members of certain cohorts. And I mentioned that in the recording. One student cohort that makes sense to talk about tonight is student athletes. They happen to persist at a 91% rate from fall to spring, which is 23% more than non-athletes. And I gave many more examples in the slide. If you could, our recording, I'm sorry, if you could go to the next slide, please. With our next strategy, we compared data of users of services to non-users of services. And I was happy to see, as we looked through this all, that this entire list of services we provide show higher persistence of users of these services compared to non-users all across the board. So that sort of shows us a bit of a student profile on levels of success. I'm particularly pleased to see things like the use of accommodations that we have, advising, tutoring, retention coaching. In all cases, we see an improvement in persistence numbers from fall to spring, as opposed to those who didn't do those. It also paints a picture on some things we may want to consider requiring. We're resistant a bit to requiring things because that can also be appearing to make a barrier for some students. Finally, some of the data provided that requires some further attention. Among all these in the cohorts, student parents was a particularly noticeable item. There's a 20% lower persistence rate from fall to spring for student parents than to non-parents. So it's clearly an area that we need to continue to find ways to provide assistance and support. And it's kind of intuitive. It's obvious what kind of issues are at play with the lifestyles I know that I had when I was a student and a parent. Next slide, please. And in analyzing the equity gap, there are many ways to do it. Using fall to spring persistence, the best way to do that is to simply compare white students' persistence compared to non-white students in a variety of different ways. The overall persistence for white students compared to non-white students was a 16% difference this year. That difference was significantly impacted by the fact that white students went up 7%. The overall difference in persistence for comparison of white and Hispanic students was 11%. The equity gap between Black or African-American students and white students was 23%, which was significant. For the equity gap analysis in services, programs, and resources, we really look for the gap that would be lower than 16. So what this means is we run white versus non-white students for just individuals who use these particular services. It tells us that if a student is using a service and we compare users, if that equity gap is smaller than the rest of the population on the campus, we're pleased. We think there might be something onto this. And an example might be tutoring services. The equity gap of 11% was much lower than the college-wide equity gap of 16%. So what do we do with this data? The next slide, please. We continue to collect information, which is not automatic. We have to collect it in various ways, whether it's through EAB Navigate, through collection of student organizations, or any other kind of method. We communicate to service providers the kind of data we get so that they know that they're either showing a significant difference or they need to work on the services they're providing. We work with champions of various cohorts so that they understand that there are recommendations on services and resources and programs that they can offer to the students to consider their success. And then we can continue to seek ways to reduce the equity gap in any way we can come up with. So thanks very much. Those are the updates that I want to give you. Are there any questions that you have or any suggestions for other data that we can glean?
I had one probably just small question because you referred to student parents.
Yes.
And persistence rates, what percentage of our students identify as student parents?
That's a good question. Let me see if I can come up with that really quickly.
I'm sorry, I don't mean to put you on the spot.
I'll tell you what, I can get that from, because it's one of those several pieces of data that we need to pursue the numbers for. Some really obvious numbers. Our veteran statistics, for example, are extraordinary in a good way in the number of persistence numbers, but we need to be sure we've got the right numbers. Student parents is not always divulged to us, so we need to do it in different ways. But I can find that. Anything else? Yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You said the equity gap for African Americans was 23%?
Yes.
Is there something proactive being done about that? Do we have a plan of action?
Well, there are many different efforts that we're doing. The Men of Color Initiative is the most significant. What's ironic is the number of African-American students in fall 22 went up from the fall of 21. The persistence from fall to spring was stagnant. It was just below zero change. It was the persistence got worse because the white students went up. But we work with give all this information to each cohort and then champions, and we make sure that they know which of our services are showing even more proactive assistance. And we're always looking for other means, because that's probably the most significant negative statistic that I've come across with this data.
Okay. Thank you.
Anything else?
I'm not asking you to run out and create this. I'm just wondering if it exists. I wonder if there are differences between the students that are making that plus 7% improvement, 16%, and the 23% lower number for Black students. That is there a factor in addition to race that may explain some of that difference? For example, is there different average income or something else about their socioeconomic status that might explain that? Because if there is, it's maybe a source of other strategies.
Yeah, forms
as
of
well.
direction to go.
Yeah.
Yeah, there are a few statistical things that I do. I run this data in about 5 or 6 or 7 different ways. I'm doing part-time versus full-time now. We're doing the students of color in general, and then breaking them down by individuals compared to white students. In each case, we can kind of drill down a little bit farther. I want to do men of color specifically to help our student organizations, so they can see when you run that against the kind of services different students are using, is something better or something worse. But a lot of it this is not out there with a lot of good data to be able to use. We're kind of making this up as we go.
I think this data is very helpful.
Thank you. I do too.
Thank you.
All right, thank you
very much. Next, we have our risk management and public safety update. And so I have Aisha Barco.
Aisha Barco is our Director of Public Safety and our risk manager.
Somebody's got.
So good evening, Madam Chair and Directors. As Jess said, I'm Aisha Bark. I'm the Director of Public Safety. And I have my risk manager, Virginia Hart here. We did submit our presentation ahead of time. So if you have any questions about the presentation, we're here. But I did want to give everybody our annual security report. This is the report that we published in October. It's a requirement with our clery law. It is a consumer compliance law. So we have to publish our crime stats in this book every October of the year. So I want to make sure that it has our crime stats in there and explain all the programs that we have to offer. So at this time, if you have any questions.
Yes.
Director Baker?
How come our workers' comp went in half?
Oh, good question. You want to explain that?
Sure. I've been I'm be going on my 8th year here at the college, and I am very proactive both on the employee side and our student side. So I see every injury that comes through, and I interact with every person who has an injury with a corrective action. I've worked very hard on supplying PPE and engineering things to keep people safe here. It's worked very well, a lot of interaction with everybody. So our workers' comp has reduced. Our mod rate has gone down, as you guys have seen, and that is anything. What it does is it's kind of like a scoring for us. If you're under 1, then everybody kind of leaves you alone because it shows that your severity has been reduced. Ours is at the lowest it's ever been here at MATC in all the years we've been here. So it's been not just me. I mean, it's everybody's working on it, you know, and I'm out there pounding the ground and working with people and having that conversation with them. So it pays off to see that our premiums are showing that our workers' comp has been reduced. So it's a good feeling.
And one thing, every workplace injury, public safety investigate. So any injury, illness, we respond and we do a report and investigation that we share with HR.
Yes. That's great work. Great savings for the college.
Any additional questions?
Could you have made the green bar any bigger? No.
Yeah, so yeah, that just my other is crime statistics match the surrounding areas.
Absolutely.
Quite an uptick on vehicle issues.
Yes. So, and when you're looking at our vehicle numbers, what you'll see is in a column, and we can just briefly kind of make sure we understand. So if you look at page 49. So as you stated, Director, our motor vehicle report went up to a total of 63. And when you look at this chart, and these are broken down by campus, you're going to see a significant increase in Milwaukee. And this is reflective of what is going on here in the city of Milwaukee with the increase of vehicle theft. When you look at on campus, you'll see a number of 17. So that's actually 17 that were stolen from us on campus. But when you look at the number 44, that's our public property. So that's the property surrounding our campus, not necessarily stolen from our parking garage, but it is within our jurisdiction that we have to report based on the Clery law and jurisdiction. But we have a program in place. We do offer steering wheel locks. We offer escorts to and from their vehicle. We do patrols in our lots. So we are being proactive. We work closely with all our law enforcement agencies. We have MOUs with every law enforcement agency with our within our jurisdiction. But you're absolutely right. It's reflective of what we see in our city.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, I don't see any other questions. I'm waiting to see as people are processing. So thank you much for sharing that information in advance and for this report.
Thank you.
Next, I'm going to call on Jeff Howell for the fiscal year 23 year-end budget performance projection. He has the next 2 agenda items, but.
Good evening. You have 2 documents at your place, kind of colorful. The first one, give you a minute. The first one is 2-sided, and that's the one I'm going to go through, and that's going to be the forecast fiscal year. So one of the things I just wanted to mention is you'll see FTEs. We put FTEs as a reference point in each column. And just as a reminder, FTEs are one of our major drivers of, and when I say FTEs, I mean full-time equivalent students. And a full-time equivalent student is 30 credits. So it may take several students to get to 30 credits, but FTEs is the measurement that we use for revenue, because we get state aid based on FTEs. 80% of our state aid is FTEs, and also tuition. is another source of revenue based on FTEs. So I have a couple data points here. On the left-hand column, I have the last full year fiscal year. So that's the yellow column, that is fiscal year 2021, 2022. It ended June 30th, 2022. And those are actual results. The middle column is the budget. That's the budget that we put together and it was approved here. And then we have a forecast, and the forecast is based on year-to-date February information, actual information, projecting out through the end of June 30th. And you can see the local government, where this front page is revenue. So local government is basically tax levy. The next line, state aid plus 145, Act 145 funding, that's state aid. And then the next one, statutory program fees, is basically tuition. And I think the rest of the columns are kind of self-explanatory. One of the things I do want to mention is kind of institutional revenue is a catch-all. It's everything else that's not listed here. There's a lot of things in that category. And one of the things that's in that category that we're really benefiting from this year is interest rates. We know interest rates are high, and we're fortunate to invest in what they refer to as the local government investment pool, LGIP. And I just as a reference point, the month of February interest rates, we received 4.54% on our money that was invested, and we have a pretty efficient process to invest. So our projected, we budgeted at the beginning of the year not knowing interest rates were going to go up. We had like $81,000 of interest, and we're projecting about $1 million. So that's a really nice benefit. So I'll just pause to see if there's any questions on the revenue before I flip it over to. Okay, so we have, on the flip side, we have the three major categories of expenditures. We have wages, we have benefits. The primary driver of that is healthcare. And then discretionary is everything that's non-people related costs. So non-wages, non-benefits, it's discretionary. It's classroom supplies, travel, any type of expenses that we would have, supplies, things like that. So one of the things that I wanted to mention is, the wages, we've had a position savings from the budget of about $6 million. We've had positions that were open and also positions that we held open. We froze to balance the budget because our FTEs, as I mentioned, FTEs are a driver. We budgeted 8,300 FTEs in this current fiscal year. We're projecting that we're going to get to 8,150, but pre-pandemic we were 10,000. So there's a big drop in FTE or in funding as a result of loss of FTEs. Another thing is that I wanted to mention about the benefits is that we have lower healthcare claims because of the open positions. We're averaging about 32, I think it is 32, 33 less full-time employees on average who are receiving insurance benefits a month. And in the discretionary, you can see the discretionary utility costs have gone up. If anybody knows that, if you look at if you have We Energies, your utility bills went up significantly, and this is a significant increase in costs at our 4 campuses. So with that being said, and then I just wanted to mention that we're projecting right now, we're self-insured, so things can change and costs can change, and but we're projecting about a $2 million surplus at the end of this fiscal year. So I'll pause, see if there's any questions.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
What formula are you using for your projections, for your forecasting? How are you determining what you're forecasting? Is it simply like, okay, it's March, so we figured 3 out of 12 months?
Depends upon the category. Okay, so the revenue is pretty much We know what the revenue is pretty much going to be. I mean, interest rates, that could be, you know, things could change a little bit on the revenue side. And that's easily, it's fairly predictable. Especially when we get to this time of the year, we know how many FTEs we're going to have. Wages, what we do is we're looking at, so if you flip on the expense side, what we look at is we look at run rates. We look at the amount of employees that we have. We project how many pay periods we have left in the year based on the categories of employees. So we know instructors are you know, they go into May, and then, you know, different categories of employee go through the end of the year. Benefits, we're looking at the claims that we have there. So that's kind of what we look at for benefits. The healthcare is the biggest driver. Discretionary, that's a little bit more challenging, but it's a smaller dollar amount compared to the other areas. But there's a lot of things that we can do, and we do have our sustainability manager gave us a projection on utility costs, and that's where we came up. They raised a red flag right away that, you know, the new rates that we have, and they use the degree days and projected out for each campus very specifically what they think the costs are going to be for utilities. And, you know, so those are just, so each category we look at different run rates, and, you know, it's not just, you know, it's not, we don't apply everything. There's not one certain metric that we would apply to all the categories. So it's really the detail is incredible. I mean, it's, you know, there's like 4 pages like this of the different categories of expense. So I just, in case any questions came up about a specific expense, I brought this with. Any other questions?
I had a follow-up.
Sure.
Are there any like unforeseeable bumps or dips that happen that you have to kind of figure out?
Health insurance, if you think about it, we could all of a sudden have claims that, you know, we could have employees that get sick, or retirees that are sick, or whatever, that we have large claims. I mean, we're in a pretty good place right now. We have, what we do is we keep a 12% reserve. We're required to keep, we're in the healthcare consortium, to keep a 12% reserve. And our reserve is, we have a cushion above the reserve. So we're doing well there, but that's another area that can change anytime.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Sure. Anybody else around the budget projection update?
That was a forecast. Now this is the next one is a single sheet. This is strictly revenue. And basic. So what we're doing, you're gonna same data points as I see the other projection, but we also have we have submitted budgets for the expenses, but the expenses came in higher than the revenue. And we met, the cabinet did meet yesterday, and we're talking about how we're going to try to bring the budgeted expenses down so that we can, every year we submit a balanced budget. So, but here's the revenue. You can see one of the big drivers, you can see the increase in the revenue in the far right-hand column. The revenue, we're projecting about a 1.8% increase over last fiscal year. And the biggest driver of that is, you look at the first line, local government total. We have net new construction to the extent that we have new taxpayers who come on board. That, you know, last year it was $1.4 million that we received in net new construction. And we're projecting about 1.5 with the development and that's happening in the area. We'll get a finalization on that in October when we do the true up of all the information that we have. We'll have state aid, we'll have all that information in October with the Wisconsin Department of Revenue gives us all the information that trues up our budget.
Director Foley.
A couple of questions about how the net new construction number works.
Okay.
There are going to be a bunch of office buildings downtown that are going to be renovated into apartments and maybe condos. Does that constitute new construction, or does the building have to be torn down and replaced?
No, it's the value of the building. So obviously if the
improvements add value rather than just general market
right
increases.
Yeah.
Okay. And does it only apply to taxable real estate?
Yes, only taxable.
Thanks.
So there are, there's TID districts that are not taxable for a period of time, but then there's also some that are always rolling off that are starting to get taxed. Another thing I would like to mention is the federal revenue total near the bottom there. You can see in the yellow column, we have $110,000. That's basically, that's like a standard every year. That's how much we receive from the Department of Education to take care of financial aid. And the other larger numbers were HERF funding that we received or projected to receive and did receive. So that as of the end of 6/30 this year, we will not receive any more HERF funding. That's why that 110,000 is what it is. So the big drivers of revenue are the tuition, are the increase in FTEs and also the tuition increase of 1.9%.
And that's a state.
That's not determined. That's determined by the WTCS Board of Directors. Is the tuition, they determine the tuition increase and made by recommendations by the presidents and others.
Yeah,
Director
so
Baker.
I'm wondering, aside from just, thank you for the assumption, for us to start thinking, I think it might be helpful for the board to just have a calendar of the budget plan, because we start this month looking at assumptions, then that kind of grows, and then we get to a place where we see a proposed budget, and then we get to a budget hearing, and then we approve a budget. But, knowing a number of our colleagues are newer and I'm old and I forget stuff, it'd be nice to see that.
Yes, we have a calendar.
It'd be great. I mean, couldn't you share that
Yes, we.
for the
Yes,
board?
we can.
Thanks.
I think it was on our month-to-month one that's just us.
It might be.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. We might already have it.
Yeah.
They have
but
a
if-
separate one.
Right, and I don't know how deep that I want to be careful. Yeah, so, right, yeah. So we should cross-reference those two to see how we could integrate it more from the, yeah, that makes sense.
And I think just at this point in our process, it'd be nice for the board to reflect on that, so that the board sees, okay, here's what here's the road we're on, and here's what happens over the next couple of months.
We do plan on having our budget completed by the end of April. So that's the goal, but I'll get you a copy of the budget calendar.
Yes, Director Poe.
To tie a couple of things together, one of the things we talked about at our board policies meeting was having more detailed preparatory materials, preparatory sessions, what have you, for new board members. And I think that one of the things we should think about including in there is a little instruction about how the board's calendar works, in the sense that, yes, we have this list on a month-to-month basis now, but there are categories of things like the budget process is a 4-month process, these 4 steps, and it starts in April. To teach every new board member, there's that one, there's this one, whatever the categories might be, I think would make the fire hose of information a little easier to absorb.
Yeah, like cycles within the. Yeah,
Cycles
that
within the
makes
year.
sense. Yeah, with
Yeah.
the fiscal year, there are certain things that have to be, yep, makes sense. Yep, good. Any other questions on that item? Okay, thanks, Steph. Next item under board monitoring is community education.
Good evening, Chair Olson, board members, and Dr. Martin. First off, I'd like to acknowledge the concerns and the passion of our students, employees, and community members who spoke to you earlier this evening. To that effect, I'd like to also apologize for the pain, frustration, and disruption that the recent error has caused this extended family. I would like to also acknowledge that we continue to be committed to the ASL programs, and we'll provide you more details soon. I would also like to continue our commitment to the continuous quality improvement and the evaluation of the process to continue to improve in some key areas. With that said, Dr. Nahira and I have a PowerPoint presentation. We will be brief and we'll allow for a lot of questions at the end, if that's okay. So the slideshow. First off, I'd like to tell you a bit about our vision. Many of you are familiar with it, and our vision is simply to be the best choice in education where everyone can succeed. Also, to provide the highest quality education to enrich, empower, and transform lives. That's MATC's vision. The vision for community education and Walker Square is to provide comprehensive, equitable, high-quality courses and programs to meet the needs of the growing refugee and immigrant student population in that area. Now, to that effect, I'd like to also share with you our commitment. So the first one is we are committed to continue offering ESL, this is English as second language, bilingual, high school completion, GED, HSCD, and other important programs and services as well. This would include cultural enrichments, collaborative partnerships with our CBOs, external partnerships at Walkers and within the district. We're also committed to providing a welcoming, inclusive, and warm learning environment with vital support services to our community. And this is to enhance the quality of life within that district and that population as well. With that, I will turn it over to Dr. Nahira to provide more information.
So good evening, Chair Olson and board members. Again, my name is Dr. Patricia Torres Najera, and I'm the Executive Director and District-wide Leader of Community Education, HSI Initiatives, and Strategic Engagement. And I just wanted to follow up with what Dr. Dakwar stated, that MATC is committed to continuing offering important adult basic ed courses, ESL and bilingual GED, HSCD, and other programs and services at Walkers and throughout the district. Last week, we really had an incredible opportunity at Walkers. So we're really trying to remove the English language barriers for our students. And last Thursday, we hosted Casa Abierta, which means open house. And we had over 200 individuals walk through our doors. And I worked with my colleagues and listened to individuals who said, I have been thinking about coming to learn English or get my GED, and now I'm going to do it. I've been in the US for 12 years. This story played out over 100 times at the ESL GED information table. And I personally know and see the sacrifice students are making to attend class, juggling work and family obligations, lack of transportation, or have childcare needs, but they always find a way to come to our classes. As you all know, Walkers is in the heart of the Latino community. We have culturally competent bilingual staff, and many of us personally know and understand the journey of our students. I, for one, know the journey. I'm a daughter of immigrants. And to give you some context about the growth and strength of the Hispanic and immigrant population, I wanted to share with you, I'm sure you may know this already, but 113,000 Latinos live in the city of Milwaukee, 20% of the city's population, 440,000 in the state of Wisconsin. 57,000 foreign-born individuals live in the city of Milwaukee. We have the highest concentration in the state. And to meet these needs, MATC provides adult basic education courses. And the reasons people take classes to learn English, there's three main reasons. They do it for employment, education, or to be supportive to their families, their children. So our current offerings right now, if you could, next slide. Who has the slide?
Beth is doing that.
Oh, Beth. Okay, 22, I'm sorry, it was the previous one. 22, we currently have 22 bilingual ESL sections at Walkers alone. District-wide, we have 198 and 74 in CBOs. For GED, we have 19 bilingual sections at Walkers. District-wide, that's 49. You heard it today. You've heard it at the previous board meetings. The growing trend of immigrants to the Milwaukee area is well known, and we have strong evidence that MATC ESL programming is a leader in the city and in the state. And we have heard and know the demand is great. And not only are we meeting the basic education needs, but we also are addressing other needs. One of them is food insecurity. Just to remind everybody, we did open a food pantry at Walker's in December of 2022. And related to workforce and jobs, the manufacturing, construction, and transportation pathway is located at Walker's. We're the hub where students can take programs in plumbing, welding, construction, bricklaying, and appliance certification. And we're working with the Office of Bilingual Education to support more bilingual programming in the trades. Related to student, staff, faculty support, outreach, and communication, I do want to say that I'm in the process of establishing regular office hours. And so we're in the final stages of putting out the flyer to all faculty in ComEd. And so these will be weekly office hours available to students. So I've been doing it sporadically right now, but that it will be regular office hours for all students to know about. I have been visiting classrooms, and as it was mentioned before, we had a student forum with the president last week. And the goal is really to listen and hear about any issues or concerns and take it up to the leadership team so that we can resolve issues. And related to faculty and staff, we have created 3 new lead faculty positions. We are planning for regional visits to all campuses and convening future meetings where it includes faculty and staff to discuss alignment between registration, advising, and testing, really to meet the needs of our Walker Square students. And related to partnerships, I just wanted to tell you that three partners that you could see here, Mexican Fiesta, UMOS, and the Consulado de Mexico, the Consulate of Mexico. On average, between all these organizations, they have told me that they have at least 100 visitors a day. And the number one question that people ask is, where can I go to learn English? And so I'm really proud that we have partnerships with all 3 organizations, plus 25, I think the number is 25 other CBOs in the city, in the greater Milwaukee area. And so if we can't offer these classes at Walker's, we are partnering with these agencies. And also to say that we are related to this is supporting dual enrollment, making sure that students know about the opportunity to earn college credit while they're in high school, saving money and jumpstarting their plans for college. In conclusion, the commitment of MATC to meet the needs of our immigrant population are here to stay. As we stated in a letter to the community, to faculty and staff, we have committed to hiring 2 full-time permanent faculty for the fall of 23 at Walker's. We're planning to continue weekly conversations with faculty, staff, and leadership to determine the needs of staff and faculty and the growing needs of our students and other non-English speaking students. I want to stress again, we are continuing with ESL and GED classes now and in the future. At Walker's, we are ahead of the enrollment trends. We are a leader with a demonstrated record and ability to bounce back from the pandemic. And this has all been possible because of our faculty, staff, but most importantly, our students. So I cannot stress enough that our ESL students are part of a pathway, a pipeline. They learn English, some get their GED, they learn how to be a successful student and continue their education. And I like Dr. Dakwar, and many of you here, I'm bilingual. I read all the letters. I heard the testimony that was today and at other events. And so I just want you to know that I'm listening intently. I'm here to support them. And like many of you here, MATC is a leader in Milwaukee and the state of Wisconsin in meeting the needs of non-English speaking students. And so I just really want to stress that we are currently offering ESL and GED classes, 22 at Walker's, 19 for GED, HSED, alone at Walker's. I already gave the district-wide numbers. So I just want to thank you for your time and attention to this matter. And if you have any questions, welcome any questions.
You,
go ahead.
oh, okay, sorry.
What numbers do we have, either individuals or percentages or what have you, of the people who go through the ESL program, continue on at MATC in a postgraduate kind of program?
That's a really good question, but I'm not prepared to answer that question. I could get back to you on that.
Please, thank you.
Okay.
Director Burris, did you have a question?
Yeah, well, I have more of a statement and then some questions. So you want to go first?
I don't.
Okay, because I'm writing it down so I don't forget.
So tell me about positions. You said that there are 3 new faculty positions, 2 new.
Two new faculty positions for the fall of 23.
How many positions do we have there in bilingual and how many positions in how many in bilingual GED and how many in ESL? How many of them are full-time permanent? How many of them are LTE? I'm trying to get my brain around this.
I don't, do you have that information?
I do. So we have some overlap between Walker Square and the other campuses. So if you're talking about fully dedicated full-time faculty, we don't really have any in place at this time. We have a number of LTEs. Let me tell you the story. So back to COVID, our numbers, I think, declined by almost 50% district-wide. At Walker Square, they declined by 77%. We almost stopped seeing students. However, though, soon after that, we start to see significant growth. So last year and going into this year, it's magnificent, actually. It's so impressive that we're seeing these numbers. When we have these fluctuations and so on, we're hesitant to invest in full-time faculty, meaning to say we really want to feel confident that we can continue to employ our faculty and we have the load for them to teach, so to speak. And these are the kind of adjustments that we make. LTE is not a less commitment to the institution. It's just we're meeting our class needs. And when we feel confident about the numbers, they sustain themselves, we invest in FTEs. That's how the process works. So back to your question, Dr. Baker. So early on this year, we approved bilingual math position, GED, and a communication GED position. Those were approved, and then because of the fluctuations in ESL, then a decision was made to make some shifts because we wanted to meet the unmet needs in ESL and so on, which kind of threw off, some of the prior arrangements that we have for that. So that's basically what happened. Right now, we have 3 LTEs fully dedicated to Walker Square. We have also 1 full-time bilingual GED this semester, right? Going into the fall, unlike any other entity in the college, we pre-committed to 2 full-time positions. 1 is bilingual GED and 1 full-time ESL. This is going into the fall. This is not the full commitment. This is a pre-commitment. We continue to evaluate where we are district-wide and see how we really want to meet the needs of Walker Square.
And just one follow-up, Dr.
Sure.
Duckworth. I appreciate that, a little bit of history there and getting a sense. So I had 2, are those permanent full-time or are those LTE positions?
Those are permanent full-time. The 2 that
Permanent
I
full-time,
referred to.
okay,
Yes,
for the fall.
for the fall.
And then also LTE in the fall? Or-
Potentially LTEs or full-time. I mean, either way. Let me tell you, we're seeing.
So, let me just finish my,
Sure.
and then you can do that. So as someone who has taught in the past, well, I appreciate, for the college is weighing our risk whenever we put on a full-time position. Is the growth there to be able to do that? I think we also have to appreciate the fact that it's very difficult for people to take LTE positions because someone is sometimes giving up another job. And we're desperately looking for people, and we're looking for bilingual people. And, you know, we're always talking about our staffing issues. And I think that needs to be part of our calculus, because if we're posting a lot of LTE positions, it's also going to be harder for us to recruit for them. You know, unless we have a part-timer who's sort of waiting in the wings, you know, to do that sort of thing. And so, you know, I am encouraged to hear that there are 2 regular full-time positions there in the fall. I'm going to be encouraging us to do a larger commitment of full-time positions. I think we've seen enough growth that you guys have shown us there. And we know the potential, as you just explained to us, about how people enter into some of the other occupational programs and the huge number of individuals in the immigrant community who reach out to us.
So I appreciate your insight and I completely agree with it as well. So we'd rather invest in full-time, but for the reasons I mentioned, sometimes we have these fluctuations. Another factor is we see some decline in other areas within the college, and we do some reallocations within our budget, meaning to say we can reallocate. I'm just going to make it up. Let's say I'm seeing a decline at the Macmillan campus, and we have full-time faculty there, but we don't have enough load for them. I think it's only fair if they have the same credentials, qualifications. We look for bilingual as well, and so on. We do that. So it's part of the process to evaluate the entire district for full-time LTEs. But the bottom line, I completely agree that we need fully dedicated full-time faculty to be there at Walker Square. They deserve it. I think it is kind of like with the enrollment growth and so on, we can feel confident about the fall and so on. That's a process that we're going through, and then it encompasses all other areas, all other pathways as well. But that's definitely the plan, is to evaluate, assess, and see how we can best meet the needs of the community over there.
That was my big question, was on faculty.
So I like to preface my questions with, like, I'm certainly glad that board members were persistent with having this on the agenda so we can ask pertinent questions. It's equally concerning and disheartening the comments that were, or the statement that was read before open comments. I have like so many questions about that, and I don't know when is the appropriate time to ask why we heard those statements. But it seems like it's in a way trying to not hold someone accountable for what took place. And that is, again, concerning to me, because as board members, we are here to listen and represent these people. And we continuously go back and forth on whether or not we're going to hear them, for how many minutes we're going to hear them. And those things are concerning. In a lot of those comments, we're hearing things like retaliation, or that, you know, support hasn't been given. And compared to what we were given as board members prior to, and then hearing those open comments, they greatly differ. So I have a hard time receiving this information as being true. Because again, if there's no issue, then no one will be sitting in that chair coming to us. So when I hear statements about like HR and not being able to use names as opposed to saying, hey, I have an issue and I've gone through other channels and those issues haven't been resolved, that is concerning. And I feel like we all should be concerned when we hear things like that, because we're in these seats for a reason. And part of that is listening to the faculty, listening to the students, and listening to the public. So I'll leave that there, and I'll go back to when this was first brought to the board. This was brought to the board in January. Writing down some of the dates of what was in open comments and from in your statement today was, when did the work start happening? When did the shift begin? Because there's a week ago, there was a meeting. In this that we were provided, there was a statement saying that there has been some solutions. I know as a board, we always like data around everything that we do. I didn't feel like the information that I received gave me data to anything. I didn't see any action items or said solutions. And I would like to see that going forward. But you said something about posting office hours. And that was in here, like, you know, you have posted those office hours. We heard some contradicting statements to that. And then you contradicted your statement as well just now. So it's really hard to take the information that we're given as board members and actually say, okay, this is good, reliable information. Because it's obviously not totally true if we get a statement here saying that this is one thing and then you obviously say something else. So I will continue to request that you guys do listen to the faculty members and listen to the staff. And I would definitely request that, like, there is some type of communication or something with all parties, because why do our staff and students feel like they're being retaliated to come to this board and speak to us when that is their right to do so? They should not feel like they're being retaliated against. And I feel like it's kind of been glossed over, but it has been said since January. And they're continuing to come and speak to us, which lets us know that they're obviously here for a reason. They do believe in our students and they want to build a relationship. We have to be open to it though. If we're not open to it, then you are going to get staff that's going to leave that are committed to our students. So I'll leave it there, and I guess I'll put some more requests in to just get some more information, because I am deeply concerned at this point. I'm definitely deeply concerned, and I would think that, you know, the other board members will feel the same way with some of the things that we heard and the contradictory in the reports.
So I greatly appreciate your concern. And let me tell you, I think the pain, the frustration that you heard is real from our community members. It's painful for us to sit and listen to them. Actually, it's just painful. This is our extended family, so to speak. So something that we did, something must have happened that made them feel that way. Now, if our story is inconsistent, I only base it on the data. I can tell you about the process. I tell you about the future plans, and we're really genuine about, you know, the process improvement. I think part of it is a reacting portion, meaning to say, we made a mistake. We acknowledge the mistake. We apologize about the mistake. Doesn't make it right, but there was a mistake at some point, early January and so on. Now, we were reacting. The reacting wasn't as good as a good, solid, proactive plan going into the spring. And I think much of this frustration is the reacting portion of it. Within 2 weeks, we have 2 LTEs. And then we communicated back and forth. We determined additional help is needed. We added. You see where I'm going with this? So really it doesn't make it right, but at least it's our best kind of effort to really correct a bad situation going into that. And, you know, you can really trust that there are teams meeting, I mean, at every levels. We're trying to improve the communication. There's just so much going on. Is it good enough? Probably not. We need to do better. We can do better. But we're doing our best to really kind of do the best we can to take care of our students and our community. And I'll be glad to provide some numbers. I don't want it to sound like, you know, Mohammed, you just say these things. We have the numbers to show.
I can appreciate that.
I really would. I mean, just, you know, any specific question, any specific data, we'll be glad to do it. We shared some data with the board within the response that we provided. We have a lot more data. So we'll be glad to provide the data that you need in any fashion that you'd like. We have a lot of data. And if you have specific questions today, I'll give it my best shot. If I have the data, I'll share it with you. If not, we can request it.
Antonio.
Sorry.
Director Diaz.
Hi, thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak. I just want to share also my concern, and as you guys were explaining about how important it is to have these resources to our community. I can speak that was a result of, I speak English now because I went to MATC to actually learn how to speak it. It's not perfect, but it's good enough for me to continue on with my career. But I just want to share a point of view from my perspective, a person that has actually lived through it and actually been beneficiary of it. I appreciate all of you guys' input on this and the concern that you had throughout the whole process. But I think we need to acknowledge how really important it is. And I know we can put data and numbers and budgets behind this, but there is a component of this that has a very deep impact on the community and in the psychological way as well, right? Because the way we've been perceived right now is like, yeah, we are probably cutting back on the classes. We're not fully staffed. We don't want to hire full-time faculty for this. We don't want to hire full staff for this. And that is a little bit disappointing in that sense, because I totally understand the whole part of the budgeting and the money and everything else, but I guess our community doesn't see it that way. We need this, and not only for the Latino community, we need this for all the communities that come throughout the whole world to come here to the Milwaukee area, and then we need to embrace them with open arms and really provide them with the tools they need to live a dream that they're looking for, right? This is the story of an immigrant. This is the story of America. This is a story where we need to live through and really make it in a way that we really welcome people with open arms. And if we look at it from the other perspective, this is a great opportunity for us to really provide for these communities, to really help in a way that gives us the first step to really go beyond just the language barrier, right? As you guys were explaining, it goes beyond just the English side. Then it goes into the EED, it goes to any other venues here to actually better our lives. So I hope that you guys are really committed to this. And I hope in the future, in the near future, we don't hear this ever again. If you ask me, I was very disappointed to hear all of this because I lived through this. I know my community, right? And I don't think there is a good enough explanation for what had happened. And I really hope that you guys are really committed to turn this around, to really go and hire the people that you need to hire to keep these programs going. That's what I had to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Director Morrow.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I know Dr. Dakwar, you mentioned that, there was a mistake made in a calculation, and that happened. And I know that I've certainly made some mistakes in my life, especially with calculating. However, you made a statement previously where you talked about a fiscal responsibility. And in my experience, when there's conversation about a fiscal responsibility, my experience says that there's a decision that's been made, that one or like two or more options are available and one is picked. And so if you could elucidate or go into the process of how if you could say, am I incorrect in my estimation? And then if I'm not, can you talk about the process of how something was picked over something else?
Yeah, you're certainly not incorrect. I mean, so an error was made in the faculty budgeting and planning process. What does that mean? So we have a budget that's set up that would allow a certain number of faculty to be hired to teach our classes. There was an oversight in that process. That meant that we didn't have the budget to renew the 4 LTEs at that time. That doesn't mean that we have to cancel classes. We have part-time faculty that can teach these classes. We have full-time faculty in the district that can pick up additional load to teach these classes. So there was no decision, no systemic decision whatsoever to cut back on classes. There wasn't. I can tell you that much. However, though, because we did not have the budget to renew the 4 LTEs and so on, that gave the impression that we're less committed to the ESL program. We're making some serious kind of decisions. And by the way, I understand how people would misperceive the decision not to renew because of budget kind of, constraints and so on, versus to cancel classes. No decision whatsoever to cancel classes. And the cancellation process follows the standard college process. I mean, we don't take cancellation lightly. We don't like to cancel classes. When we release these sections, we'd love to honor every single section. Students go into these sections with the promise MATC will offer them. In some cases, we may not have enough enrollments in these sections. We make adjustments. Part of that process is to reach out to every single student who registered for the class and try to find other options for that student. If we can't find other options, we have something we call independent study. We offer classes with under 5 students if they're graduating, if the class is going to set them off their, kind of sequence of success, program plan and so on. So we really do the best we can to offer these classes, honor these classes, not cancel classes, but we do have a cancellation process, a standard cancellation process. And by the way, this is no different in other colleges and so on. We cancel classes when we don't have enough enrollments in these sections. This is the fiscal responsibility. We have taxpayers, we have a public institution here, and there's a limit to how far we can go. And we have to be fiscally responsible about running classes with enough enrollments to have the return on investment for our taxpayers and so on. That's what I meant. So it is that kind of balance, so to speak, to really make sure that we have enrollments, that would match our budget to run these sections.
So as a follow-up, Madam Chair, there were individuals who were registered
yes,
for the spring, and then they were informed that they would not be able to take the course. I'm wondering if the demand for the course is congruent with the amount of instructors that we have. And if there is a high demand for people taking ESL or bilingual courses, are we meeting that demand with the instructors? Will the 2 that you've announced be enough? And if there are more students than instructors, how are we canceling courses?
A lot of questions. So appreciate the question. So the first one is the demand. I think we made some decisions that inconvenience some students. So in some cases, they were planning to take a certain class, and then we're saying this class is no longer available. Some students were able to go to other classes, others couldn't. And by that, we lost some students. And that's a great inconvenience, right? So that happened. How many students and so on, we're really aware of only 2 to 4 sections that were canceled. And our numbers show real low enrollments in 3 sections, 0 students. But this story is almost inaccurate because I couldn't tell you, maybe some students were planning to do this or take these classes with this kind of, fluctuation. They decided not to or weren't available to, or these sections weren't a good match to their availability and so on. So I don't want to tell you a story that's inconsistent with what you heard from students. When students tell us that hey, I was planning to take this class, the class disappeared, or I couldn't take it and so on. Something that we did that led to that wasn't intentional, but we tried to really kind of make some accommodations to fit all the students, and that's what happened in this case. So like Dr. Najera said, 22 sections were offered up to 24, I would say. I think that's how it was. So that's basically where that was. So the demand, in the past, we always met the demand. We continue to plan to meet the demand. Now, the demand doesn't really kind of require, full-time faculty all the time. We'd like to have full-time dedicated faculty. We can look into it. We will look into it. But in some cases, like I said, it's got to be a balance within the district that we have to look into as well. Yep. I don't know if I think I missed one of your questions.
The first one?
Which was?
How was the option picked, like over all other options? Because there is a reserve, there are other funds that we could pull from. So how was this the option that we went with?
Yep, thank you. So really the option was picked. We thought that it would have the least impact on students. Not to renew faculty is not the same as cancel classes. again, when we picked this option, the thought process was we'll continue to meet the needs of the students because we have other part-time faculty that can pick up additional load. We have other full-time faculty that can pick up additional load. But within that kind of fluctuation, I think we missed something. But that's how we really based the decision.
And lastly, are we preventing the future stumbling blocks that our students are going through? Like, for instance, when a student says, no, I'm not a resident, because their understanding of what that means is different than what's being asked. And then they're being charged an absorbent amount more than they would otherwise be. Are we kind of removing some of those stumbling blocks from
Sure.
students?
So we were made aware of 2 students that we addressed right away. We took care of them. One of them addressed the board. Actually, these are the only 2 students who were made aware of. In addition to this, we have a committee, a team that's looking into a multilingual application process. We have a lot of bilingual services within the district. So if you have a bilingual student who needs some translation, some help, and so on, we have this in the call center. We have this in the admission center. We have this in the registrations area. We have this as part of our advising. We have this as part of the DEI and the bilingual office and so on. We have a lot of resources. We may need more, but we have a lot of resources. So we're looking into how to best, meet the needs of our students at every step of the way. The application, it's a state kind of mandated application, I think, and Dr. Adam is here. Is that true? So we follow the state mandated application, but within that though, because we have bilingual student population, we try or we do provide a lot of services such as the bilingual services, and we're looking into the multilingual application as well, a systemic kind of approach, so that's basically what we're working on right now.
Okay, that's all I have, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Director Baker. Sorry.
Okay, so this is kind of my other issue that I'm concerned about. And what I hear what you're saying. I appreciate what you're saying. I want to see this happen. We heard from somebody today who told us that there were essentially like 3 bilingual registration counselor or something. So people who were providing that support. It sounds like we have resources. It sounds like we don't have enough resources. We've heard from so many people who struggled with an application, struggled with financial aid, struggled navigating a variety of different places. We heard someone talk about that, like a student having to go to a variety of different departments where there wasn't anyone who didn't speak English. So I understand that this is a work in progress. I appreciate that. But I think as a board, I want to know how we're going to keep an eye on that progress. And are we staffing this up? Because purely providing online services is not very good with a population who, particularly a population that's new to this country, to this city, but also to a population who's not comfortable with the language. That the majority language that's used in most of the documentation. So, so we're talking about there have to be people provided in places or access to people. And that can be at Walker Square, and I imagine downtown and probably all of our campuses. But, I heard it in the issue of fees and how we're resolving this. And while, yes, 2 people came forward, I'm hoping that we're also doing a bit of a forensic analysis of that to make sure that there are not other students who, and I see the president nodding her head, not other students who were charged inappropriately because they were afraid to talk about their residency status. So the registration, the residency issue, financial aid, the kind of support, I think we need to get that. We need to hear how that's progressing in a very granular way.
Yeah, remind me, I think, because I remember when Dr. Diaz or Director Diaz was here we had talked about the actual registration process and not being able to be done in more than 1 language, because that we had also talked about that like a few years ago. And we just recently talked about that, about like the software driving the process rather than letting us say like, that's not okay. So I guess it seemed like that was a fundamental concern being brought forward today by a lot of people. And it was one that was addressed before. And I don't know, it seemed like there was a software thing behind that. So I don't remember who at the time had shared with us because that's a systemic thing that's pretty across the board. If there's only one language that you're able to complete that, and that seems to be a concern. So I'm trying to remember who it was that gave us updates on that.
I didn't give an update, but I think a couple of people mentioned that there was like translation software, but that there was a cost associated with it.
Yeah, Dr. Martin, do you remember who? I don't know if it was who it was someone in administration. It was just a month or two ago because.
Okay, because I was.
Oh,
gonna say, where's
yeah,
Tony?
okay.
I was actually looking.
Yeah, I know, there he is, he's behind you.
Behind me.
Chair Olson and
Yes.
members of the board. So a cross-functional team at the college has been working with IT to look at, as was mentioned, multilingual application solutions, which can address part of this issue. And the immediate step that's being looked at is basically translating the existing text and populating it into the existing software so that every field that asks for something has it listed in 2 languages. Not a perfect solution and not a permanent solution, but that's the immediate solution. The longer term is that the software provider, because you referenced it, is software, has potentially, and IT could speak more to this and we could answer more detailed questions, but they're rolling out a version of the software in the future that would have multilingual capacity built into the software. But the immediate solution that IT is looking at right now with translated text that we're providing for marketing is to make the fields in the application bilingual.
And not to put you on the spot or commit you to anything, but what's a time frame? Are we talking like, hey, that can happen in 30 days, or hey, that's going to take 3 years, or?
I would want to double check with IT
Okay.
and see, because we have been having regular meetings and I would want them to be able to give us a good estimate that's reliable to answer that question. But this is the shorter term solution, whereas the longer term is the new software.
Yep, understood. So I think that was sort of what trying to understand with as we're looking at new applications, new courses and timelines and how that resolves. And I think that's part of the question about, I think hearing like, hey, we're working on something, but sometimes not circling back to figure out where the status is on we're working on it, and where that's like hitting the road where like, hey, we can say that we're working on it and we expect by July 1 that all new things will have this, or what we're doing to sort of bridge the gap until there's a more robust solution or something like that. So, okay, I'm trying to, because we've had those conversations and we've had, I guess, and just not getting a complete status report on like where we are with that, which to bridge that gap. So I think I'm hearing, and I think if I did a straw poll vote, I think I would hear consistently that we would like to get a more robust report on the language piece of it, where our students are, that barrier seems to be one that should be easily addressed across the board, considering the size of our organization and the students that we serve, because we've been talking about it for a while. So I think something pretty tangible on that. What is an immediate solution to that? How are we getting that out to those who need that service? And what is some of the long-term pieces on that? So I mean, I'm glad to hear that you have a cross-functional team working on that. It would just be helpful to get some real tangible, this is exactly, and on this date, this is how it will roll out, like, rather than we're working on. So yeah. Director Foley.
Three quick things. One is, I think it would help both calm some of the emotional content and make disagreements about the facts more precise. If in your presentations, you would add a little more detail. So just as an example, one of the slides said, we have established or we have posted office hours, okay? If you had said on March 14th, we did this, then the person who's sitting in the back of the room who says, well, they said they were going to post them, but they never did, but doesn't know that you did it on, the day after they looked, is now here saying, well, that's not true. Okay, there's a disconnect. And as somebody who spent 42 years asking questions of people who disagree about the facts, I've learned that very often they don't know what the facts are that they're disagreeing about. So I would suggest that you look at the communications you're sending out and what you're giving us to be more precise about when things happened, or are going to happen or are scheduled to happen, whatever the right phraseology is, so that the people who think the things are different can sort that out. I think there's less actual conflict in the facts than it sounded like. That's my suspicion. Second suggestion is, we've talked about solving the dual language enrollment issue by fixing the software, by having more counselors. But one of the things that was asked for repeatedly was an ability to do registration and the other administrative tasks in person as opposed to online. Online's great. When you're trying to do it on your phone, it's a lot less great than when you're trying to do it on, a bigger piece of technology. It's not as great, obviously, if you don't have experience with it. I know that costs money. I don't know what money it costs. I don't know what the options are, but I think we need to think about that. And the last point I'd like to make is, somebody used the phrase earlier tonight, if we were thinking about the ESL program like a pathway. And I think that's an interesting perspective. I asked the question about how many people come out of that program and move on into the college. This is the population that we are most trying to increase within our subgroups. This is the population that is the largest immigrant. I mean, you gave all the statistics. I think the perspective we need to have about this program is we are not just doing English as a second language. We are moving them into a higher pathway that's part of the regular college curriculum, and see what that does to our analysis of how many financial resources should be committed to this. Because if we were to get an extra 100 FTEs every year coming directly out of that program, that would be a significant financial benefit to the institution, as well as to the community, as well as to the individual. So I'd encourage everybody to think about whether that is another way to look at this that might move us forward. Director Diaz's hand is up, but I don't know if it's up again or still up.
No, I put it up again.
Okay. Nobody saw that went down, so.
And I like to have a couple of on my own references and ideas that I like to share. And I want to echo back on when it was just said, especially when it comes into the investment side, right? As everybody knows here, I'm very deeply passionate about the HSI, because if we can achieve that, that will be plenty of money to pay for not only the new programs for the bilingual registration piece, it will pay for a lot of other things as well. So I think one of the greatest investments that we can have in the near future for the institution is on the Hispanic community. This is the fastest growing community. If we can really have a pathway for them to go over and turn them into FTEs. I mean, as you guys keep the stats here, that it would be very beneficial for everybody, and we really want to serve this community. I wanted to ask a question, because you had mentioned that it was a state mandated about the application. Do you mean it's because it has to be in English only, or I wanted to ask that question to you, and then I have a follow-up question if you can answer that for me.
No, actually, the state requires a uniform application. So the form itself is the same for all technical colleges. But we can have bilingual, we can have multilingual, and that's what we're looking into.
Oh, okay. I just want to make sure I get that clear. And then also, I would suggest also that we can incorporate this this initiative or this, what we're trying to do with the whole application of having it being accessible in multiple languages. I like to give you some experiences from myself trying to just translate out of the text. It's going to translate even worse than what it is already for people who don't understand English. And we all know that. I mean, the people that are here that are bilingual, we know that the literal translation from a text is not going to really I think it can make it even worse. Of course, everything needs to help. I would appreciate that everybody's trying to do their best, but I think we should really accelerate the process of really turning the system into a multi-language application. It will be a great benefit for the institution. I know everything costs money, but I can assure you that if we make these investments, especially trying to get our community or the Latino community into our institution and really help them grow, help the community grow, it is gonna be a great benefit from the institution. And any investment that we make now is gonna have a tremendous ROI in the near future. We can especially get to those numbers that we need for HSI. So I really like to encourage you guys to really put the real effort into this. We're really trying to get to HSI. And the perception that we have from the community right now is like, how can we really want to get there? I mean, we need to, we talk about this a few times about people coming into the ESL classes and have a really a pathway for them to go on to different other areas so they can get more education. This is a great step, and we have a lot of demand, a lot of people that really want to do it. Let's take advantage of it. But it is, it's harder to put it in action sometimes than saying it, right? So I'd really like to see more action, and I'm sure we can do a lot better than this. I'm sure there is a lot of potential here with our community. I'd really like to see some more action into this. Let's get that application in multiple languages as soon as we can. Let's keep on pushing to getting people how to learn English, get everything they need to keep their education. But we really need to get it into our hearts and really do have some action on these items. And I think that we have the perfect people in front of us here to really take action on this and move forward with it. That's the hardest part. Let's get some action in this and really make it happen. And I know there's a lot of other things, and we can talk about all night about different approaches and everything, but let's get it down, please. I mean, I'm just pleading for you guys to do something about this. Thank you.
I just would like to reassure the board that certainly we do have a commitment to this. I think that we just need to put, as you said, Director Foley, more of this. We do have the dates. We just need to put them in here. I do think that we can absolutely show you more progress. We absolutely are committed to doing this. This is important function and mission and purpose statement that is legislative to us, and it's something that we have a moral obligation as well to do. So I can reassure you that I will keep on top of this, and we will continue to improve.
Dr. Barrett.
So I totally agree with everybody's statements echoing the fact that we probably needed more information. I will disagree with Director Foley's comment on how there is probably not as many discrepancies between what we were provided and what we continue to hear from the community. Because even in your own report, you stated the discrepancies, and I only pointed one of them out.
So I don't know if you want to ask me the discrepancy.
I mean,
Let's just let her just finish right now.
He made reference to the meetings and to, I think he made reference to the meetings and to the office hours that you posted, which were provided in here as one thing, said another by people or members of the public, and then in your report you gave something else. So that was one discrepancy that I laid out. But I can agree that, we should have a timeline so we can get proper updates to make sure that the issues are being resolved. I would like to see the oversight of the students who may have been improperly charged. It's disheartening to hear that, people take refugee here and that they're already being charged to begin with, right? The last board meeting, I got up very embarrassed listening to open comments as I was ready to shed tears when the student from Ukraine was here and explaining that he had to pay extra when somebody in his household didn't. And that just seemed like, you know, like, let's fix it. And I'm glad we did take care of those students at that time, but obviously there could be more. And we want to make sure that those students are made whole and that they are seen. So recommendations for the application gap, something that we do at City of Milwaukee Housing Authority, is a person who speaks another language has to fill out the application in English, but we do provide a copy, a written copy in another language so that they can see those questions. And at that point, you will probably be able to not change it, but enter that language to specify, hey, this is not this question, but it's referencing this. And that will possibly provide an example. You can also use instructional videos that we can post that students are able to use. And those should be able to bridge the gap in the interim. Sorry, I had it all on top of my head, but I kept getting jumped over. But yeah, no, ongoing, I would like to get more information. It's a huge issue. I'm concerned, and I don't believe that people are coming here just because they have some concerns and are speaking to us. And I want to make sure that they feel like they're being heard. So timeline, oversight, and obviously communicating with the faculty. They have been in place. They know their students better than anybody. Figure out what process works for them and include them in that conversation so that you can bridge the gap. Because I mean, I'm pretty sure they're going to keep coming back, right? So let's just try to resolve it quickly. So I would agree, more information and some type of timeline so we can ensure that things do get resolved. I'll leave it at that. It's been a long meeting.
Yeah, I just want to say that I'm extremely committed to making sure that we improve the situation. I've heard, I've listened, I've read the letters from the students, and I do have to say that part of what has transpired and that we're trying to recover and build trust again is that there was a bit of a misperception that ESL was going to be canceled. And it wasn't. There was classes that, you know, that were reduced because we had lower for full-time LTE faculty. So that's part of it. And I could just honestly tell you that working tirelessly, meeting community members, meeting students, faculty, and I'm telling you that I will for sure provide more information at however you would like that, in terms of, so you could see the flyer that will be sent out to the students. Literally, we have a deadline of Thursday. Today's Tuesday, Thursday for April and May. But part of it is that for the summer and every other semester, I would like to have it, you know, how it's typical office hours, where it's Tuesday, Thursday, 3 to 4, or, you know, something very regular. Right now for April and May, it's just hodgepodge, but it's something, yeah, that I could do. But I just want you to know, so I will provide that information, that detailed information in terms of what we're doing with faculty, staff, students, because like you, this is very painful to hear. This is hurting. It's hurting all of us. It's hurting our students. And I most definitely want to improve this. I know their story. I agree with Board of Director Foley in terms of what can we do so that they learn English, they get their GED, and then they enroll in an apprenticeship program or an associate's degree, or even a 4-year college. But it's not even so much them, it's their children. That's the biggest thing I'm hearing, that when I go to the classroom, I ask everybody in the room, how many of you have children that are, you know, school age? Half the hands go up in the room. And then I start talking to them about, you're a role model for your children. And they are. And so we're thinking of ideas as far as creating a bridge or in Spanish, it's called puente class, we need to do this with our adult learners. They need to know what it's like to go back to school. I mean, we do this all the time with our high schoolers about how do you get to college. We need to do this with our adult learners. A class to say, hey, you need to set aside an hour a day for your homework. So there are things that we're preparing. And so I'm happy to share that in the future.
Yeah, and I certainly don't want anyone to think that I'm pointing a finger or blaming. It's just that it's concerning. And I mean, it's under the control of leadership. So nobody's pointing a finger. But cancel is cancel. You guys are trying to refer to it as a rain check. And that's not the case. You guys canceled classes and people had scheduled already. So that is the concern. And so people want to ensure, because they weren't given a timeline. Me as a board member, I wasn't made aware of that classes would be canceled prior to people coming to a board meeting. So I wouldn't have known, right, if they didn't come because I wasn't provided that information. But canceled classes are canceled classes. And who would have known how long it would have drawn out had members of the community, students, and faculty hadn't come to the board.
Okay, I'm gonna bring, okay, yep, sure.
I just wanted to say this, that I'm sure that Director Burris is not pointing fingers, but there are people who are pointing fingers. The public is pointing fingers. And what I picked up from last meeting and today's meeting is that there is this perception that there is a nefarious plan to undermine this program, and that we are all part and parcel of a nefarious plan to prevent this program from flourishing, and that it's seen as not desirable or something that we don't want to have, and that we're just gonna placate and play around until it's dissolved. And that is a perception that when I've heard it last meeting, I was like, maybe that's just one person, but then I heard it again today. And I'm saying, well, we have some work to do. And so I want to know, I just want it to be stated that Director Burris is not pointing fingers, but there are others who have that perception.
I'm bringing closure to this item. And I know that we've asked for some more. We'll sort of process this and decide what it is. I think I heard the word, commitment from a lot of people here. I heard it from Dr. Martin. I've heard it from a lot of people. And I do think that that's important that we walk away with that tonight, knowing that there's a commitment to do better. It's not going off our radar as a board or anybody. And I think we just need to understand that. And perception is reality. And regardless if that was intent, it's where we find ourselves, and we need to move away from wherever that is. And so as much as we can say, this wasn't the intent, or this was the perception, and here's the data, this is where we're at now. And we need to untangle it all. And it's all done through relationships. And I'm going to close the item left on that note, because I have the ability to do it sitting in this chair, and I've been sitting here for 5 hours. And so we're going to do that. I'm moving on to the next item, which is new business. Does anybody have any new business that they would like to suggest as we move forward? Thank you.
Yep, thank you.
Will we request the updates from this and put it in new business, or how?
If that's something you would like to see, right? And that could be done in a variety of things. I mean, obviously, it is a very public topic, so board meeting. But I also do think that, it's a month away. And so there are some possibilities of providing some additional information, not waiting until that point. So definitely, absolutely. But I want to say that it's the only way of doing it. I think there's a combination of things too.
Well, I would like to make a motion that we get additional reporting regarding the ESL issue and GD issue at Walker Square campus at our next board meeting.
Sure. And it doesn't have to be a motion, it's a suggestion under new business. So if I would agree that based on the conversation tonight, that would be pretty much a consensus from where people are expecting. So thanks.
One other thing, if nobody has anything.
Okay, go ahead.
So while attending the open house at Walker Square campus last Friday, Patricia let me know that Walker Square is going to be a voting location for the first time. And there's nobody that knows information about it. So I was hoping that we can get the college to put information out. So I know we can't put it like in new business, but I figured this was a space to see if we can get information out to students and faculty and let them know that it's a location to vote at this year.
Early voting?
No, it's just voting at an actual polling location.
Yeah, I'm gonna have you talk to Dr. Martin about that offline, because there are some things we can and can't. I mean, it's a voting piece, so I just want to make sure that there are different things about, I mean,
I
yeah,
specifically asked, I just hadn't gotten any update back. So that's why I
Okay.
figured I'll bring it to see where here can I put it in,
okay,
because we have an election on April 4th. And
sure.
we're a voting location, so we want to make sure students are aware of it. It's a big opportunity. They mentioned they had 200-300 students at the.
But, so the voting location is for wards where people actually live. It's not for our students, right? Am I correct? Is that how that
Right,
works?
but I mean, our students live in that community as well, so sending out information about the election in general, but specifically sending out some information to let them know that that location will be a voting site is important,
Okay.
since it's the first time especially.
There was an email I think you got this afternoon. There's one sent this afternoon.
Excuse me, Chair.
I said-
Yes.
Can I tell you a little bit about this
Uh,
partnership? or-
Nope,
No,
nope,
we've
nope,
already.
nope.
we've
Sorry,
already
it's not,
taken
it's
care
been
of it.
not been noticed, so.
After you look at this.
Yeah. Yep. So, yeah, I just wanted to make it, yep, that's an important thing to know, that we have a building that is now a polling place. We want to make sure that the people, I mean, it extends beyond just our students, it extends to a lot of, and we don't want to make sure that students think that they can vote there because if we're the residents and all that. So I get it. I'm, and yes, everybody vote April 4th, wherever your polling place is. I'm reminding people to vote, please do, right? So good. Thanks for bringing that to your attention. It's a good thing. Any other new business then to consider as we look forward to our April meeting? Okay, a couple announcements. They've been announced already, but if you do want to go to the Gateway Technical College, the District Association Board meeting in spring is April 20th to 22nd. Please let Beth know about that. The Higher Learning Commission accreditation visit is also around that time of that week, April 24th, 25th. And our next meeting here is April 25th, same place, 4 o'clock, hopefully not this long. At this point, I would entertain a motion to enter into closed session.
So moved.
Okay, Director Case?
I don't know that I have the motion, but if you give me a second, I'll pull up an old one.
No, that's okay. Director Mays has one then. Thank you.
Okay, thanks.
Ready?
Yep.
Okay, I move that the district board convene into closed session pursuant to section 19.85(1)(e) of the Wisconsin statutes for deliberating or negotiating the purchasing of public properties, the investing of public funds, or conducting other specified public business. The board may reconvene into open session to take action on matters discussed in closed session under item 11A if necessary.
Do I have a second?
Second.
I forget you have to do that.
We have to do a roll call vote to go into closed session. So Beth, could you please do that?
Director Diaz,
Aye.
Director Foley,
Aye.
Director May,
Aye.
Director Borland,
Aye.
Director Baker,
Aye.
Director Burris,
Aye.
Director Olson,
Aye.
Director Case.
Aye.
We don't have to sign a piece of paper, do we? We have to do that.
Oh, no. So I'm gonna suggest that we get 5 minutes to grab food or whatever this is that we need to do before we go into that. Can we do that, please? Yes. And then come back, because it's